Hello. All right. Another day, another chance for a party wipe. Wonderful. I'll have to apologize if I am a little... Well, I'm always low energy, but if I'm especially low energy. Yes. Got back from work, and work always takes out of me. So, yeah, gonna be a wee bit tired. This is just a little bit knackered. Alright. I'll hop in the session room. Yep. Boom. Mm-hmm. out a new music for this stream. Always the struggle finding copyright-free music. Always a struggle. Let's get the mic situation better. Sorry if this sounds horrible when I do this. Maximum audio. Alright, and now we just wait for everyone to stagger in. We're always a slow roll. Slow start. This music's kind of nice. Like, lively. Very lively, actually.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey guys, you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Made my changes to my some changes to my setup.
Yeah, sounds good. Clear.
Cool.
Hey.
Hey.
I made it.
Mm-hmm.
I swear, like 5 minutes ago, it was 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it happens.
I just blinked and it went.
Any of you taking classes? I know someone from the other group just finished their semester.
Nah, nothing like that. I haven't really been doing much since coronavirus hit.
Probably a smart move. A smart move.
I mean, it wasn't exactly by choice.
Yeah.
I think I'm done with classes for
Ever?
this lifetime.
Me too.
Man, every time I think about going back to school, it's like there's so much
Yeah, I
less.
don't think it functions well for me.
Yeah.
Like I see the value in it, but I don't know, the learning style doesn't mesh well with my brain.
hmm Yeah.
Well, that's exactly it. I don't see that much value in it for what I'm doing.
hmm
Right?
Because I got a master's, and then what I'm currently doing has nothing to do with my education. So that was a huge waste of money.
The
Sure.
exact same thing happened to me. I was like getting straight A's in college before I went to uni. And then like partway through my first uni year, I was just starting to realize that I already knew everything because I looked into it in my own time. I went to uni to learn stuff, but that's
Right.
not what I was doing. I was getting a degree, which I realized I didn't really need.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially in creative circles, no one cares about your degree. People care about your portfolio, and that's it.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you can get it done without a degree, yeah. Yep. Well, there's some stuff where that piece of paper matters.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely.
Most things I would say actually.
a lot of different things do, yeah.
Well, I'm not being completely fair, honestly. If I lived in the US, I guess I would get a much bigger benefit from my education, because I did graduate from an American college. So I made connections that I never ended up using.
Oh, I
That's
see.
that's the other like main benefit of
Yeah.
like traditional education. It's like a lot more about the connections than
Exactly,
the degree a
yeah.
lot of the time.
Yeah, so I didn't get that benefit. I learned a lot of stuff, but I'm doing something entirely different now. So there was literally no benefit from my degree.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
I got some cool T-shirts with my college's name on them.
You got something out of it.
They're expensive T-shirts, come to think of it, but they're good T-shirts. The fabric's nice.
Hello.
So you studied in the U.S.?
Yeah. I got a degree in artist management.
Hello, hello.
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 One of these days, I will be there on time.
At
Nah.
this point, the rolling start's just the signature of the group.
I know, but it is a little rude. So I want to be there when I can.
And I'm sure in a couple of decades, when your child is all grown up and managing themselves, that you will be on time.
All right, well, everybody is in here. All right, so last time we had a pretty just kind of relaxed session, obviously with like 2 people missing. Did some shopping up in Vithindale, which anybody that wasn't here, being Devin and Maddie, if there's any shopping, we could always retrospectively do that. If you happen to think of things you wanted.
It wasn't Devin here.
Sorry, I missed that.
Nathan, I think. Oh, never mind.
Was
Not
it-
important. Nathan was the one missing, not Devin.
Oh yeah, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. Wasn't me. So yeah, Nathan, if either of you wanted to do some shopping, or even Anybody else that
I-
just thought of something after the session that was there and like, oh, I wanted to buy that, you can always say that you did.
I got everything I
Um,
wanted right before.
I'm not sure if you marked the 600 gold, Nathan, for the previous quest.
I believe I did, yeah.
Two major things that happened though. One, Bram borrowed some money from the party fund in order to cover the cost of buying some new plate mail. So now I have some plate mail, and it's pretty dope. It's got cool engraving on it, and we brought up the discussions of what our group's name should be.
Oh man.
Oh no.
If only Sid had been here.
I remember
And,
hearing part of this still.
Yeah, and Bram had a fantastic idea that everyone seemed to really love, and we would talk about, and just to be the Goat Squad.
I mean, Sid would have been on board with that 100%.
Just be Goat Squad,
Really?
greatest adventurers
Yeah.
of all time.
You mean the Gout squad?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, where's the O come in there? That'd be GAO.
Yeah, and I'm glad they caught it because as Tony pointed or Faith pointed out earlier, is like spelling is not Bram's strong suit.
I like Gout Squad.
Gout.
The Gout squad. It's like
Oh,
the medical
God.
condition gout.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I forget who it was. I think it was Faith. In secret, told the blacksmith that Bram wanted a goat engraved on on the shoulder of the new plate armor. So there is actually a goat on there.
Oh.
Yep, I paid gold for it.
And he saw it and he just was like, "Oh, this is awesome." It's all coming together. But now if we don't become the goat or got out squad, it's gonna be he's gonna feel ridiculous because he's just got a random goat on his armor.
I mean,
Well,
who's
we're-
to say that you didn't just have a favorite goat as a child?
Yeah.
You're gonna have to start telling people that no matter what.
Yeah, I mean there's worse think about it, there's worse animals to be like as your Sickledree. Yeah,
I think goats are awesome.
absolutely.
They can climb like vertical surfaces.
Yeah. Eat trash,
much.
beat trash. Goat Squad.
Yeah, that's how you get to the heights of adventuring. All right. So yeah, if you guys want to proffer this idea, discuss if you want, or think about it for a while. I don't know.
I still vote we table it for now, and it will serve.
Table it indefinitely.
Maybe that. We could be the table squad. Table team.
Because we put everything off forever.
Team Slack.
Oh yeah, one other big thing happened, which is on the way to the city,
Ooh,
the
yeah.
party noticed that they were being tailed, and so they turned and confronted the person that was tailing them, and found it to be this person, Dragonborn named Karak, and he basically said that he'd been trying to get in touch with the party, and he just kind of pulled up a seat, and the party had a little sit-down conversation with him, and he explained that he represents the Ilfang Rebellion, who are going to be making some sort of play or incursion to take control of the region in the near future. And he was trying to diplomatically touch base with the other sub-factions other than the Nithel Empire in the region, and to kind of essentially what he was telling to the party is since the Adventurers Guild's policy is essentially that they just serve under the law and authority of whatever the current ruling group is. He was just basically saying, hey, we're going to be doing stuff in here and trying to take control. We'd appreciate it if you didn't get in our way or take quests and do things for the Nithel Empire that would hinder Ilfang's rebellion. And that if the Adventurers Guild was nice and neutral, that when the change in power did happen and Ilfang's rebellion, or when they took control of the region, that the guild could still stay there and still keep doing what they're doing, and that there'd be no problems and no hard feelings. And he seemed generally kind of amicable and pleasant and easy to talk to.
Did he explain why he was trailing us specifically? It's not like we're high-standing members of the guild. Not that Sid would admit that.
I think.
He said that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
It's better if you guys describe it.
I think he mentioned that they were approaching all adventurers they could approach. So
Okay.
I guess it was just our turn.
Alright, that's fair.
He did have
Now
some
you-
information on us. He knew our names. He knew a little bit about what we do. Like he knew that.
He knew that Ares was a logic master.
For example, yeah.
He'd done his research on us.
Yeah, I think it was implied that somebody in the guild is working with the Nithel, or is working with
Ooh.
the rebellion
Okay.
and getting
that's
information.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Well, I just kind of put that together.
Probably
Theory.
true.
A working theory.
Oh, it's a
Um,
very good theory. I didn't think of that.
Now Ben, you mentioned something, and I wanted to get some clarification on it. As members of the guild, we're not technically citizens of any specific area. Is that correct?
I mean, you can be citizens of a different nation, but while you're working for the guild, yeah, you're kind of operating. The guild itself operates as kind of a neutral entity. Technically, their headquarters are based in the Tencent Trading Company, but the whole idea of the Tencent Trading Company is it's built more like the country's more of like a massive corporation that happens to own the land mass of a nation.
Yeah.
And that corporation is neutral. So essentially, yeah, while you're working for the guild, you're effectively neutral in all issues of citizenry.
Because that kind of makes sense. Because we already are sort of a problem-solving,
Like the Jedi.
group of people. Just like, hey, we've got a troll over here. Go take care of that. Or, hey, we got werewolves again. Or whatever.
Got the werewolves
Werewolves
again.
Yeah.
Very common problem.
I hate it when I get werewolves.
Yeah. Got any clerics around? Need to get those diseases cured. But because we have such that having that freelance entity just around is probably very good for just any country to have. They don't have to develop standing resources to a bunch of problems. Instead, they can just pay, contractors out. That it makes sense. So, but I guess my main question is like, if something major happened, we can't be conscripted into any army.
Yeah.
Or can
It's
we?
while you're working for the guild, definitely not. You're
Okay, cool.
Like, yeah, if your nation went to war with a nation that you happen to be currently operating in, your nation couldn't hold it against you for not fighting for them.
Nice.
Do all
Supposedly,
nations
unless they
agree
want
to
to
this?
like betray the guild and never be able to get the guild services ever again.
Right.
In the Ninth Empire, they can't just be like, "Hey, you live in this area, therefore you owe us allegiance.
Right.
Go stomp this uprising."
Yeah. You're essentially kind of like saying you're all volunteers here. You do quests of your own volition. No one's forcing you to do quests or to work for anybody while you're with the guild. Being part of the guild is almost like being a different kind of citizen of the world in a
Most
weird way.
Jedis.
The guild is its own
Okay.
nation.
That actually makes me feel a lot better about the fact that I have to pay a lot of money in order to.
Yeah, it's just taxes.
Yeah. It's essentially like because before it was like, yeah, we get access to a store and we get access to this job questing board. It was like, and like I felt like it was kind of like your union dues. Now it's like, oh, now I'm really seeing the weight behind this organization and be like, okay, that makes way more sense. I'm much happier about the fact that I have to pay this now.
Agreed.
All right.
All right. So, so people went up to Vithindel to shop, and it was well noted that the city is in a bit of a volatile state. It is the unrest there is pretty significant. There were certain parts of the city that the party was strongly encouraged not to go to, and the party decided not to, so they didn't maybe see the full extent of it. But everybody in the city seemed on edge. People were like rushing about their business and trying to stay off the streets when they didn't have to go somewhere. The market district where you guys went shopping was very, very heavily guarded by Niathel guards and just like local militia guard, and especially the blacksmiths, as they would be a prime target for obtaining weapons by any kind of mob. And so those are things of note for those of you that weren't here. As to whether there were any active riots or anything crazy going on, you guys never went to those bad parts of the city, so you never saw. But you would return.
So
Sorry, go
we
ahead.
bought masks and costumes for the masquerade.
Oh yeah. So that might be, for the two of you that weren't here, might be the thing that you would want to.
I thought you already bought fancy clothes,
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. If you did,
I know
then,
we got the fancy clothes.
but I didn't get a mask, so that'll be something I want to work on.
okay, that's like a 1 gold kind of item. Unless you want to go super fancy with it.
Ooh,
I probably
want to go
would.
super fancy with it.
Yeah, I probably would have gone super fancy.
Like an ivory mask or some nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just as I had explained with the clothes last session, when you're getting fancy clothes, the sky's kind of the limit with how much you want to pay. The amount you pay reflects what your clothing or mask is made of. So, like a 5 or 10 gold mask, that'd be a pretty fancy mask.
I'll go 10.
Yeah, if you wanted like a
Same.
true like ivory, silver, gold crested, jeweled mask, you'd be getting into the 100 gold kind of range.
I don't want to go into the jewel crest. Like, I don't want to go that far.
Mm-hmm.
I want it to be really fancy, but I don't want to draw too much attention to myself.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, there's maybe like certain kinds of rare laminated, uniquely colored woods.
So very high quality, but not flashy.
Gotcha. Like simple, made with like a super high quality material. It might be a little bit on the rarer side.
I will spend 100 gold to get the really high quality, fancy, flashy one. I want to
What?
attract as much attention as I can.
100 gold.
Yep.
On the bright side, I think we're gonna have a definite reason to save the person who ends up being kidnapped because we're
To make
making
it
the
worth it.
marks.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
with your 100 gold mask, you can scrub it however you want. You can have some jewels on there, or rare metals, or anything really. You know, there's a limit, of course, 100 gold, but
Sure. So it's a cat mask. So I want the eyes to be like laced with very little emeralds so that they look green from the distance. And the mask itself is made out of, I don't know, silver.
all right. All right, so we're gonna say that it's kind of been a there's been a small passage of time since the last session. You guys did your shopping trip. You got back. You've not too long, maybe like 1 or 2 days at most, in which
Sorry,
you
one
might
final
have.
thing.
Yeah.
I also want to buy a new bar of soap since I gave my last one to
Mm.
Leaf Peeled.
Important.
If there's a price to it in the player's handbook, it's gonna be.
I'll look for it. Don't bother.
Like 2 coppers. But yeah, been a couple days, 2 or 3 days maybe. Maybe some of you have, those of you that weren't here, maybe you did some of your own questing with other characters in the guild, or just took some time off, or whatever it be. Time passes. The civil unrest quest is taken down.
This is
eventually.
something I
ahead.
wanted to talk to you about.
Mhm.
So, at the end of last session, we kind of had a group vote, and none of the PCs were at all interested in civil unrest. And as opposed to a majority of our quests where, you know, there are like a lump sum 4,000 or 5,000 gold for the entire party, the
Mhm.
civil unrest quest was like a per person kind of deal.
Mhm.
And besides that, you know, and Eris kind of showed it last session as well, he was interested in the political affairs of the Withnail province, especially as to what was happening. For him, speaking with the overseer or whatever in the Withnail province, you know, he really wanted to do that, but the party was like really against it, so he just went along with it.
Mhm.
But I think the next day, or maybe on the way back, and I don't want to like do this in game, so Ben, I'm just gonna say what Eris wants to do, and then you can suggest the best step forward.
Okay.
I think, especially since this was like a per person quest, I think we often talk about. Sorry, give me 1 second. We often talk about people doing quests on their own, so I think maybe the next day, Eris would have gone back, spoken to the overseer, and enlisted himself for the quest for like a week or so.
Okay.
With the intentions of figuring out, you know, what exactly is happening, why the uprising is there, what are the views of the people who are uprising, what are the views of the people who are, you know, defending the cities and all. So it's more of a curiosity kind of mission.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't want to roleplay it out, but you can decide how we. Maybe you can just send me like a blob offline.
Let's start by roll an investigation check. Or I don't know if you want it to be something where the information you get is maybe like stuff that only you know. If that's the case, then yeah, I'll just send you I'll just send you like a text message just after the game or something. We'll figure that out. But if it's stuff that you think you would have shared with the party, then I can take care of it now and just kind of give some information and how things went. But how do you feel? Do you think it's something that Ares would?
I think it highly depends on the content of the.
So the information.
What I found out.
Okay, there might be one or two things that I'll send you privately, but a lot of it is just. A lot of what I'm going to give you is just information about why the like maybe some like the roots of what's happening and politics involved, I guess. I'm just gonna go through it, and I'm gonna kind of trust people to, not meta if there are things that Ares is going to hold back on.
Yes.
I don't think there would be too much.
I just want to say this our character as well that I know we took a in-group call not to do this quest, but this is something the character would be interested in. So I don't want to take screen time, but this is just a character decision.
It'll be quick, and I think the political exposition would be good for everybody a little bit. Anyways, so yeah, you go do that of your own volition. You're essentially at this point you're just assigned, since you don't have a whole group around you, you're just kind of thrown in as extra hands, extra labor. And through your questioning and whatever means you decide to use to figure out what's going on, you learn that the spark that lit the powder keg was a new tax, a vice tax, which essentially targeted gambling, brothels, alcohol, drugs, anything of that sort, and increased the taxes on that, supposedly in an effort by the Nithal Empire to curb those things which had been getting a little bit out of hand. And also it's just because the Nithal Empire wanted more money, you get that angle as well. And so a lot of people got angry about that, and then the best you can tell, all the other political issues, just general dislike of the Nithal Empire from locals, kind of piled in onto it and kind of used that as a thing to ride on and to start things up with. You do hear a lot of rumors about the possibility of the Ilfang Rebellion instigating or just trying, agents of the rebellion trying to make things worse rather than better, of course. And you think there's some truth to that rumor. You probably hear some mobs do chants once in a while supporting Ilfang's rebellion. Mostly, it seems like at a certain point, the rioting does break out, and at that point, some pretty decisive military actions taken by the Nithal, and yeah, there's some killing happens, some clashing. How how involved you are in all of that, you can easily play more of a diplomatic peacekeeping role and kind of try to focus on making stopping it from getting to rioting from certain crowds, and then just decide to bail when things go bad instead of having to kill civilians or subdue civilians. It's up to you. I'll leave that to kind of your imagination.
Yeah, I'll quickly say that there's no active participation at all. This is more of a a curiosity expedition. because just being on the side of the the strong arm, it'll give Eris platform to get in touch with people who are defending, get their views, and then when riots happen, typically there are like speeches and all and demands. It's a way of just getting information to figure out what's going on in this area that they're living in.
Yeah.
And then if I'm tagged on as like an extra, then of course there's no need to get my hands dirty. I'm not. Eris is not looking to kill humans or whatever, Nihilitals or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's kind of how it goes. There's the unrest kind of boils over and goes into some rioting, and eventually is subdued with very strong military action, and eventually things settle down. But it seems like the demands of most of the mobs are essentially just a lot of them just want the vice tax to be gone. A lot of them just kind of demand generally more freedoms, less tariffs and taxes on. I mean, the city is like a trade city primarily, what the whole city's founded on, and so that became like a big thing. The Nihil Empire takes some pretty heavy tariffs on certain things, especially Aether Shards, which have been coming out of the Necton Peaks. So there was some of that. But that's about all you get to the bottom of with your investigation. It's very chaotic, and it's kind of hard to find reasonable people to talk to, level-headed people on either side, really.
It's like real life.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. You do, the one last thing I think I'll say is you do hear some worrying among the Nihil guards. Some of the most worrying rumors that they talk about often are that like a large storehouse of Aether Shards had been hit by the rioters and looters, and a lot of Aether Shards have gone missing, which is a big deal.
Were these shards housed in the province itself?
Yeah, they were in the city. Yep, it was like a warehouse of sorts. Yeah. Yeah, so that kind of concludes that. And if you have any more like details or whatever, we could work it out over text. So it's been, I guess with that, we'll say that it's been about a week in that case. And yeah, here we are. It's a new day. You guys have kind of the timing has aligned to where all of your personal endeavors, whatever they may be, have concluded, and everybody seems ready for embarking on a new quest. And yeah, so the civil unrest seems to have been resolved through strong force and some violence from the Nihil Empire to restore order. And so that quest is no longer available. As far as the timing for the masquerade, I think it's getting to be about, like, yeah, it's pretty close. It's like three or 4 days maybe.
Oh, we probably shouldn't do anything else until then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is pretty close timing. Or anything else?
I like the look of that tooth quest.
Oh, there's a new quest.
I'm not sure if it's
1,000
new. I remember.
per guild member. Wow, that's a
Is
lot of
that
money.
new? Well, that is new.
That's 3 times as much money as we've received for the previous one.
Yeah.
It
It's also,
I will say that it is a it is going to be a longer form quest, that one. I probably should have put more descriptions as to what it might entail in the actual quest, but
I mean, it looks like a lot of manual labor.
yeah.
Doesn't look like an adventure.
There might be some of that.
I mean, I feel like something's gonna happen, but
No,
know,
it's
in
going to
world,
be-
in character, this seems like just a mining expedition.
So how much downtime have we had? Total? Approximately.
Approximately a week.
Okay. So if we've hung out for a week, I would have done a couple of things. I'll try to do. One is to talk to Blue at some point. Another one is to talk to, or if he shows up, to Heb.
At some point during the week, I'm sure he would.
Okay, so I want to do those two things whenever
I'm
there's a
on
good time.
Yeah, I don't know when we want to do that, but I'm good for a conversation.
Do we want to do it now, or is there anything
I don't
else
think
you
there's-
want to do? Okay.
Do it. Role play.
Go play.
Do the thing.
Roll.
So at some point, as we're spending time around the inn, which, by the way, question, I suppose we're not just standing around inside of the inn the whole time. Could you give us a very brief description of like the immediate surroundings? Is there some like land around it that can be?
Yeah.
Can we take a walk in a park or something?
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
inn
sure.
has a there's 2 stories, but it's like wide, large area on those 2 stories. There is a kind of patio type area outside where people can just lounge. There is a large storage building behind where there's a lot of trade wagons and stuff kind of in rows back there, just from traders who have decided to spend the night here. And then surrounding that, there's just it's a crossroads inn, so there's roads going in all directions. There's a decent bit to the north. There's a lot of open flat lands. To the west is mostly forests. To the south is pretty open. To the east is also pretty open. So there's and you could there's places to go for a walk for sure. Common places to just go to the other side of the river and just kind of walk up and down that.
Right, and that body of water at the southern edge of the map, that's the river.
The lake,
Uh,
you mean?
what was the button? Nope. Anyway, this sort of bit thing at the thing at the very most southern edge of the map.
That's
Way stuff.
yeah. The whole inn is on the river, so there's like a small dock,
Okay.
I guess, for river boats.
So I guess I would be bathing in the river every day and taking walks and just doing stuff. and one day I will, in the morning, as I see Blue at the inn, I'll ask her whether she wants to join me.
Sure.
Unless you have anything better to do, that is. I don't want to intrude.
Nope, nothing better to do.
Cool, so you want to go for a walk or something?
Sure, you've been out and around more. Is there any good spots that you've found?
I mean, there's mostly just the road, and there's a nice spot at the river, like 10 minutes that way. Could go there. It's where I go to, take a bath every now and then.
River sounds good.
How do you feel about swimming?
It's been a while, but I can keep myself alive.
That should do it. It's not like a quick stream. You should be fine. I'll help
All
you.
right.
Come on, we'll go. And on the way there, I will be like, so I've been meaning to talk to you for a while. No particular reason, just want to learn more about you. You've been kind of secretive, and that's your right, of course, but if we're to do stuff together, I would like to get to know you better. If you don't mind.
Oh yeah,
So
no problem.
maybe you can ask me a question and I can ask you a question. We can do that sort of thing.
Sure. Sorry if I seemed secretive. I definitely prefer to observe. I'm just not as forward with sharing things about myself. Not that I'm trying to hide them at all. I just prefer to observe and see what's kind of going on around me.
That's fair. And again, if you don't want to answer anything or if you don't want to reveal anything about yourself, you don't have to. Just curious, that's all.
Okay.
So the other day I asked you where you were from, and you said that you were just mostly moving about, traveling, right?
Mhm.
So where have you traveled?
Here and there, just sorry, I've traveled to a lot of different places, just kind of looking around for things that are interesting. I guess I did say I traveled around a lot. I'm originally from the Republic, or at least I was born there, but I just moved around looking for whatever is interesting.
Out of character, which republic are you referring to?
Corinthian, I think is what it was.
Corinthian Republic. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
I also don't remember the names of the other countries at the moment, so that is also adding to.
There's a lot of countries.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never been there, but we used to live kind of close to it, not too far away from it. I had some friends who are Corinthian. Well, not friends, but students at the university I went to.
Oh, you went to a university too?
Oh,
Like your
yeah,
brother,
but
I mean.
yeah, but not that one. Mine was a conservatory, a music academy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was. It was. I had fun there. I never graduated. We had to leave before that could happen. But that was
Do you have
close.
a favorite instrument though?
I guess it would be the flute. And I pull out my flute and show it to her. It's a simple instrument, and it's very temperamental. No two flutes sound the same because of like the heat of your breath deforms it, and it's very difficult to play with another flutist because it's very difficult to tune the tone of your flute to theirs. But I like that because it makes it unique, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You were like really interested, or you knew a lot about that one musician that's going to be at the masquerade. You were very excited about that.
Yes. He's awesome. I've had to learn a lot of his music at the conservatory. They taught it to us, and he's a genius. I'm really in love with his work. I'm so excited to meet him. Do you think we'll meet him, or do you think we'll just be like... I've never been to such an event, honestly. I don't know what to expect. But I hope we get to meet him. Anyway, so speaking of mansions and parties with rich people, do you have a lot of experience attending such events? You're muted, Maddie, in case you're talking. Just
I think she's AFK.
oh, could be. Oh, sorry, Sam. Okay, didn't catch that message. I wrote it in Discord. Yeah, if you want to do something else while we wait for her, go ahead.
Bram flops down the table. It's like as you guys all gather around. Haven't been gone for like a day or so, and just sighs. Just, oh guys, I did not have a good time. I was hanging out with that little alchemist halfling for a bit. We there was like a little quest. Some supplies were getting screwed up. Like eaten by something, and I was like, "Ooh, cool! That would be a fun quest to go on. See what's going to happen with that." Turns out it was a rust monster, guys. It was a rust monster. I lost my axe. I had to buy a new one. I almost had like. Thankfully, none of it got on the plate mail. But can you imagine? I was so scared. I nearly had a heart attack.
What?
That would have been such a waste. Did you just sign up for that because there was food involved?
I mean, it wasn't like a non. Like okay, that wasn't like the main reason I went on the quest, but it was like, it was a draw.
I'm glad to see that you and your mail survived.
Yeah. Fortunately, I had to spend most of the earnings on getting a new axe. So, I mean, but you know,
The way the cookie crumbles.
yeah, there was like some really good. I did get some really good soup out of it.
It's not all bad.
It's all right, Leo. Welcome back, Maddie.
I'm
I
so
didn't
sorry.
realize. Don't worry, I didn't realize you were gone, so I kept talking.
No, it was great because I was still listening and I was getting ready to respond, and then someone came in and I just got like a little bit longer. So
Completely fine. But yeah,
yes, Blue would respond to your excitement. I was like, yeah, I haven't heard of. Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of music, but I never really paid attention to composers. But if you're that excited about him, he must be great.
oh, I suppose there will be music there. You hear it, it's awesome. And You probably won't play his pieces because you know it's probably uncool to have someone play your own music at your own party, right?
I mean,
No
I
more
guess. Do we know how egotistical he is, though?
Well, I don't know him personally, obviously, but I hear he's a cool guy.
Okay.
Like, really cares about things like charity and stuff.
Huh.
Because he's famous and he's rich and he has a lot of money, so he's just choosing to spend it on things that help people, which is nice.
That is a lot nicer than a lot of the different rich people that I've come into contact with before.
Speaking of rich people, do you have a lot of experience with like masquerades and such events?
Sorry, I missed the first half of that. I think it was favorite something and then masquerades and such sorts.
She's just asking if you have a lot of experience with like high society.
Oh, I mean, I've tried sneaking into parties before. Does that count? Never had a real invite though. That'll be cool.
Okay, well, not much to it. Just need to know certain things, but I can teach you if you want. It's really simple. Just 90% of the time, it's enough to just smile and nod and look pretty, and people don't care about you too much if you do that. And then you can do whatever.
So I can't go hide on top of things or like in small. No, we can't do that. Okay.
I mean, I haven't tried it. You probably could. You're really small.
That's what I've done every other time I've been at a party. Because then when you get up higher in a small place, people can't see you and you just get to watch everything that's happening.
Well, that might be useful actually, because we're trying to catch someone, right?
That's
So-
true.
Keep that thought. That might come in handy. Hey, speaking of
I
things-
like how up until now our entire priority has been like, oh, we're going to a party. I completely forgot we were meant to be doing something there.
We're just going for the fun of it and fuck the quest.
I mean, we're gonna accidentally fix everything when we're there, but probably
But
won't
if
be
we
on
don't,
purpose.
it's not a big deal. Speaking of things that you can do, like hiding, you said that you learned your magic from. Did you get it from like books, or did you go to the university like Sid and Ares?
Mostly just like learning things from people as I traveled. Some books were involved. But kind of just picking up tricks that I would find useful or found interesting. Because I didn't used to have it, so it took reading and learning from people. But not anything like normal school or university or anything like that.
Right, that makes sense. I mean, logic masters, they can't wait to teach you stuff, right? They always want to look smart.
Yeah. Yeah, your brother does kind of seem like that.
I mean, don't get me wrong, he is smart. That's not a lie. Doesn't pretend to be smart. He is actually quite bright. It's a bit
Oh
of a
yeah,
show.
definitely. Gotta be honest though, that thing with the skin, still a little freaky, and I've seen a lot of weird stuff.
Right. Yeah, that was weird. But hey, listen, did you ever get in any trouble because of the magic you can do? Because they don't really like people doing magic that aren't logic masters, right?
I mean, I haven't done anything crazy. Mostly a little bit of a small fire here as a distraction, or a little bit of smoke here. Nothing that's gonna like cause permanent harm or anything that I've been caught doing. It's more just like a little bit of a prank here or there.
Specifically, nothing you've been caught doing.
Exactly.
I see.
I'm very
Well,
small, remember? So
you are.
small and shadows and
Oh,
something going wrong around the corner makes it easy to get away.
speaking of which, that's the spot I was talking about. See how it curves around, so the stream's slower, calmer here. So it's a nice place to swim.
Yeah.
As I undress and jump into the river. Come on, fun.
Blue will follow. Kind of
I'm
like
just
looking at the water really quick to see if it's really as calm and then jumping in.
Now I'm just imagining, and I don't want to interrupt the scene, but now I'm just imagining like Blue is this like really cute, fluffy mouse, and, like Mouse Folk was like a little mischievous, like oh my god, jumping in the water and just like all her fur matting down to her face, just looking like a drowned.
Oh my
We
god,
never
I
speak of what happens.
I should send you a picture of my cat after she's had a bath. She looks like it's something out of the Monster
They,
Manual.
they shrink to like a quarter of the size. It's amazing.
She
Yeah.
does look like a goblin or something. Anyway,
Mhm.
but yeah, after a swim for a minute, well, you should know that. I mean, you heard what Leafbeard told us about how they hunted down those druids just because they were suspected sorcerers, right? They really don't like people doing magic that aren't
I guess I've always found politics and all that to be really boring and annoying, though, so I kind of just avoided all of it.
No, yes,
Um,
I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, so I just kind of don't really pay attention to the big things that were going on, and once again, never really used it while trying to be in front of people or trying to get caught. It's been more of a distraction or a fun prank or something to get back at someone who was being a jerk or, basic stuff.
Yeah, of course, and I have no problem with it whatsoever. Trust me. And ere his want, he would have said something. We all know that. If you mind it, just keep it in mind. Don't do much in front of people that you don't know, just in case, maybe.
Okay, so any magic at the party, do it while hiding.
Yeah. Well, not
Also,
at all.
it should be noted that while you were swimming and you might be doing just fine, Blue's limbs are working twice as fast because they are so small.
Oh, that's adorable.
Putting in so much more work.
Does she look like she's struggling? Like, does she look like she needs help?
Not having an easy time, but not struggling where the head is about to go under.
So after finishing that conversation and after observing you for a little bit, Faith will be like, no, you're doing it wrong. Hold on, let me show you. And she'll quickly go through a short swimming lesson, whether you want it or not.
Blue
And-
accept it. Also, my first thought is student becomes the teacher from previous.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, and eventually we'll head back. That's the scene I wanted to have. Unless you want to add something to it.
No, not at the moment.
Cool.
Alright, cool. Back at HQ. Everyone's gathered. Brahm is regaling everyone with the horrors of rust monsters eating $1,500 gear or 1,500 gold piece gear.
Yeah, it was a narrow escape. but we ended up able to get those things gone, and just in time to save the pots, so we could have ourselves that shrimp boil. Anyway, that was my weekend. How was y'all? What'd y'all do?
I went shopping. Nothing like that.
What'd you buy?
Oh, just a gun.
Just a what?
My pistol doesn't have enough range. I figured I'd get something a bit more substantial.
Yes,
you
but
know
that's
how
not
to
how you
use-
introduce that.
Do you know how to use a gun?
Yeah, of course. Do
mean,
you
we're-
not?
Well, no.
Oh.
Blue is slightly more concerned of Sid now.
Well, I mean, okay, we're all acting like I know they're like strong weapons and stuff. We're all acting like this is a big deal. We all carry we all carry weapons. All of I don't actually turns to faith. I don't know if you do, but the rest of us all carry weapons on our person in almost all times. So like it's not that strange.
I mean, if I could shoot lasers out of my fingertips, I wouldn't need to buy a gun either.
I give him the finger guns. Go. I am a weapon, baby.
Exactly.
Hey,
Do you
trigger.
feel left out because you don't have magic?
No.
Oh shit.
He doesn't need magic. He's got skills.
Exactly.
That's true,
And a
you do
gun.
have a lot of skills.
And guns.
Yeah. Who needs magic when you've got guns?
Just by looking at you with the addition of the new gun, how many guns does Sid have in total now?
Just two.
Okay.
I try it. Outside. Not here. Not now. Some other time. Whenever.
Yeah. I'd like to give it a test run.
Awesome. Should I make a roll to see if I shoot my finger off?
Yes.
Oh no.
Is it a dexterity thing?
Yes.
Rango.
Oh, that's me. That's who I'm playing.
14?
It's aight.
Underrated movie.
I still haven't seen it, but I'd love to.
Oh yeah, Ringo, that's good. You just
You'd love the character designs in that one, Nathan.
I do. I've looked at them. I just haven't seen the movie.
all right. So, finger guns aside,
So, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I want to take. Like, I know we're waiting for this masquerade quest, and we're gonna do that. I really want to do both of the other quests.
Me too. I just
Like, I
haven't
don't
had
even-
time.
Yeah, I don't even want to use. I don't even want the sword that bad. I just because
What the
I
experience?
yeah, I want to go hunting for a magic sword. That's amazing.
I mean, both of them are at the Sonic Peak.
Yeah, we did. We
could
did.
do them together.
These quests didn't show up until after we decided to do the masquerade thing. Both of them.
Yeah, they're
So
that-
our character question.
It's not a question. I'm just like I feel like we would have done both of these over the masquerade. if they were there. If
What?
they're
No. Masquerade is awesome.
yeah, I do. I
Masquerade's
do want to do the
pretty
masquerade
cool.
too. I'm just really worried that we're gonna lose out, like miss out on one of these.
Are these
No,
time sensitive?
not at
Quests?
all. Like the the sword one just came up like last week, and this one just came up this week.
Yeah, that's true.
If you
We've
go
missed
by like
Mist before though. We have missed 2, I think.
And also is the legendary sword that's been there since the 3rd epoch.
Okay, you have a
Wait,
point. Yeah, that's a very good point.
And the other thing is paleontol. That word.
It's been there since before the 3rd epoch, probably.
Yeah, so both of those can wait a couple days. Hopefully.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I definitely don't see a problem. Like, I definitely see how it could only be a benefit to hang out with Spire. I mean, he's a very experienced guy. And he's, as the leader of the guild, like, doing a quest with him, gets a good impression of it. We're kind of the newest members, so
Show
having
how
a good
capable we are.
having a good working relationship and hanging out with him, that should be good, right?
Out of character, I am totally okay with putting some kind of delay on the masquerade if you guys really just have a preference.
Oh no. I wanted to do the masquerade first.
That's not our concern.
Yeah.
Our
Okay.
concern
I just don't want to
is-
miss
Yeah.
the other
I
ones.
say with the recent civil unrest, it could be explained as just the region's under lockdown for a little while and nothing's happening until it settles down.
No, that's not the problem. I still definitely want to do the masquerade.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, let's do it.
Yeah.
Does anyone
I mean,
want to do
there's-
anything else?
there's no sense in worrying about it. We can't make it all the way to. I'm just gonna call it the D peaks and back in 3-4 days, anyways.
Which, that's a good point. That will probably be a couple of days to get to the Von Broth mansion, so we probably should get going soon.
I feel like we spoke about this before, but is there like a policy on weapons, bringing weapons into a party?
Yeah, so armor and weapons are going to be anything non-concealable is basically not going to be good to go.
Which means
How big are
that-
the guns?
Yeah, during the week I'm gonna be working on finding some way of concealing at least the pistol and the a dagger or a short sword of some kind. Oh, I could get one of those canes.
Sword cane.
Please do.
I'm getting one of the canes.
What canes?
You know the magic canes
Sword
that transform
canes.
into a sword once?
Oh, yeah.
They have one? They have those?
I don't know, but we're near a big town. I want to see if I can find one at least.
Do you even need a magic one? You could just get one of the old-fashioned ones where you just pull up the top and out comes a blade.
That's
That's
my
much cooler.
last resort.
Okay.
I'd rather get a magic one.
I'm just saying that would be a good look for you. Magic, like a cane sword.
Called a
Oh, yeah.
veteran's cane. Common minor tier item.
Now that I think about it, it doesn't need to be magic at all. I'm
That's
actually
much
perfectly
cooler.
okay with it. Yeah, just being a concealed
Could be a
dagger
rapier
within a knife.
or
within
a dagger.
cane.
That's
Yeah.
that's just what Maddie said.
Yeah, I just thought about it for a second and realized that's probably actually more efficient anyway. For once, magic isn't like the superior option.
Also, if you take it out, then you've got the blade in one hand and you've got the sheath in the other hand to whack people with. So 2 weapons instead of just 1.
I don't think I could do much with that. It would eat through my action economy.
I'll say for the veteran's cane, I'd be okay with having it transform into almost any weapon.
I would definitely go with the daggers still.
Mhm.
What
Just
is
for
that?
aesthetics.
What is the veterans thing that you're calling out?
Veteran's cane, that's it's a walking cane. You can use a bonus action to speak a command word, which transforms it into a ordinary longsword, and it ceases to be magical. So it's just like a one-time concealment of a weapon that then transforms into the weapon. But I'm saying that I'd be okay with changing it from a longsword to any weapon.
Can I get that but non-magical? Just like a concealed short sword or dagger?
Yeah. Yeah, you can get a cane that conceals either of those two weapons, and we'll just throw on like 20 gold to the weapon.
Okay. How much is a dagger regularly?
Wait, guys, I got an idea about how we. Hey,
Whoa.
hush. I got an idea about how we could sneak weapons and stuff in.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to a party, right? This guy. Time out. Is he the one hiring us?
The music
Provincial
guy.
Overseer's office. It's the fundamentally, it's like the Nithal Empire is basically hiring for this one, or the local authority.
Gotcha. So he's not hiring us. I was thinking it because why don't we just talk to him about it? But okay, but he was also a suspect, so it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is what we do. We put the weapons and whatnot that we want into boxes. We wrap those boxes up as presents, and we like sign fake names to them and stuff. And it's like, here's the presents, right? And then if a battle comes, we just go and find the, blue ribbon boxes that we know, like the boxes that we know are actually weapons and stuff. Pick them up, boom. We got our gear.
I'd much rather have something on my person, even though that's a good idea for like the rest of our gear.
Sounds to me like an easy way to lose another axe.
Someone happens to have the fake name you used.
No, because if you don't end up using it, you won't. I mean, it would be rude to just get your present back as you leave, right?
Besides, I don't really need anything except like a simple knife.
I mean, true. I guess I was just trying to figure out a way to get my shield in. I can slip a dagger into my boot or something.
Yeah,
Maybe.
and relax. It's not going to be. We're not going in the forest to fight monsters. We're going to a fancy party. Just going to be.
To maybe fight a murderer.
No.
Yeah, but
Which may or may not be a monster.
I don't see that happening.
You
Or
don't know.
a murderer, or
Go ahead.
a murderer, or worse.
I think we'll be fine. And if anyone's not wearing armor, then Airhis can do his protective magic on all of us. Right, Airhis?
That seems like a big investment of magic for Ares.
mm-hmm.
Not on the day, but with enough time and investment, I could prepare the magic ahead of time.
So we
Y'all
have all,
think on that. I'm gonna do some. Y'all think on that. I want to go talk to somebody real quick about something. Get some advice.
I just thought, don't we have a ring that we can cast spells on in advance so other people can use those spell effects? But then I remembered that was the last game.
So, yeah, y'all are hanging out at that table. Bram is gonna walk over to to this shining, to the glowing paladin lady, and pull up a seat and give her a pleasant wave, saying hello.
Oh there.
Hey, hold on one sec. You're, remember, Viserion, right?
Visenya, yes.
Visenya, yeah. Out of character, that's me trying to read the words, and they're very small letters.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Here, Visenya. Hey, I don't know if we've been introduced since like the first day here. My name's Bram. Sort of new at this, and I'm just trying to. Baby girl, why? Sort of new at this. I was wondering if you can give me some advice on something. So, a lot of my party is really good at like stealthing and being very quiet and blending in. And I'm not as much. I'm kind of big and clunky. And I was wondering if you've ever had that problem before yourself. And how do you make it to you're not... How should I make it so I'm not even like a burden on them? I ask because you're also kind of like... you're also kind of wearing big, heavy armor and got yourself a sword and your whole sort of ambient glow that you got going on, which looks awesome, by the way. I love the rainbow aesthetic. And he says all of this with like pure enthusiasm, no sarcasm whatsoever, just like, you know, his typical cheery self.
Yeah. He says, well, there's really not anything I've been able to do to, well, you see how the armor is. There's no suppressing it. I'd encourage you to simply embrace it.
Okay. Embrace it. And actually, that might not be a bad idea. Like, if something were to go on, I could be... I mean, I don't want them getting hurt or caught or nothing anyway, so... If I could be, like, the big beacon, and, like, that would make them look even more smooth, right? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, that could work.
Also, sorry for coming to bother. Yeah, sorry to come in and bother you like this. Like I said, I'm trying to make. I just wanted to make some friends in the guild, and
no trouble at all.
Yeah. What's her like, kind of demeanor at the moment? Like, sort of the vibe.
She certainly seems stern and kind of unapproachable to most people, and that's kind of the vibe she gives off. But once you start talking to her, she kind of, I don't know if I'd say friendly, but seems very level. It's kind of hard to get a read on her, actually.
That's fair. That's fair. I think Bram just keeps pushing through. Like, just unless she just tells him she's bothering him, or he actively gets the thing, like a read that she's uncomfortable, he'll just keep chatting a minute. He might bring up her he might bring up her holy symbol, ask about like how long she's been a follower, or how heavy she is into that, and just general chit chat. We don't have to go through it too much. I just wanted to establish I wanted to establish a connection with somebody in the guild, and then like just that Bram would be like hanging out with other people at times, and
Yeah.
also just to get that bit of advice from someone who probably has had trouble with stuff like that in the past.
Mhm. Yeah, once you start talking about that kind of stuff, she seems to, be a bit more elaborative with her responses and explaining, her religion, and she doesn't really seem to identify with any of the five reasons specifically. She just kind of seems to serve the whole lot. And her crest is kind of reflective of that, with just the 10-pointed star, or rather it's a 5-pointed star laid over another 5-pointed star. But it's kind of a generic Daikatist crest. And she talks about it for a while, and how essentially she's through the guild, she's trying to achieve the official status of paladin within the Daikatist Church, of the specifically the one that's established in the Arbethian Kingdom.
Bram raises his eyebrows like, "Oh, I didn't know that was a title."
It is.
That's cool.
You have to prove yourself in some way or another.
I mean, yeah, you get. I imagine so.
I was told there was going to be some great evil here. I'm
Some
still
what?
searching it out. Some form of great here.
No.
Told to me by a seer who had a vision.
Hey, this sounds weird. I don't mean to ask you a bunch of questions the first time we actually get to chatting, but you never met a guy named Morgan, did you?
Morgan. The name seems very familiar.
He's a friend of mine. Just wondering if you'd heard about him and what he's been up to lately. Hadn't seen him in a while.
The paladin?
Yeah. Or something of the like. Something close enough to tell. Now, if I see any great evil, I'll be sure to let you know. If you hear anything about it, if you ever need any help with something, you let me know.
Nods.
Till then, I'll best get back to my buddies. Yeah, you have a good one.
You as well.
Dad'll give her a kind of a salute and head back to the group.
She watches you go, and yeah, she has a contemplative look on her face.
All right. Well, you guys want to get dressed up in fancy clothes, or I guess no, we gotta get to the party before we do that. So let's go to this.
I
Let's
don't want
go.
to travel in my getup.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, let's go. I just got excited. Let's get going, and then we'll get all fancied up.
Heck yes.
Nice.
Can't wait.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Just last thing, I want to ask I want to have a quick conversation with Hap, and we don't have to roleplay it. I basically just want to know whether he's going to the party or not.
Banjo Man.
Yeah.
Oh,
think. I'll leave it up to chance. Give him like a 25% chance. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, he's going.
Ooh.
Okay. In that case, follow-up question: is he playing music there, or is he just a guest?
He's definitely just a guest.
Okay.
Is he a guest or a quest guest?
Quest guest.
Mm.
Quest?
Competition.
He's a quest. Interesting.
So
So
that's if he's like, if he's going to be working the Gase as well, or if he's just going because he knows the guy.
He definitely did not get an invitation on his own. He has to do the quest to get an invitation.
Gotcha. Fair.
okay, yeah. So we have competition. Good to know.
No, we have an ally.
Competition.
All right. Well,
Trying to think of
Does-
some way to conceal a pistol, but I couldn't think of anything, so now it's too late.
Just stick it in your boot or something.
I feel like they'll search that.
Yeah,
So-
I'm trying to figure out how to get a dagger in, and I'm like, besides putting in my boot and hoping for the best, I'm just drawing a blank. Could give it to Blue. Blue could just sneak into the party.
If we can like conceal her entire self, and like we can just put it
Do they
anywhere.
do
on the
bag
body.
checks?
I assume they do. I'm assuming that the security is pretty tight,
Yeah,
considering there was
probably.
like a murder threat or something. Not murder threat, right? It was just a threat to steal music or something.
Steal music? What?
I can't remember. Let me read the quest again. It's been a while.
But do bring the pistol. We'll figure something out.
Yeah, I'm bringing everything. I just won't necessarily bring it into the party.
So, logistically speaking, how long does it take to get from the inn to the mansion?
too long of a.
Oh, that reminds me. Once we get there, we should act like we don't know each other. Or we can know each other, but let's arrive by ourselves. Like, oh hey, we were traveling alone.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
It's about a day
we
and a
don't
half of
just show
travel.
Yeah, let's not all just show up as a group. We can space it out a bit. Like we can act like, oh yeah, I know this person, I know that person, which would actually make sense because it's a party.
We are not here from the guild.
Yeah, we're not here from the guild, and we don't like. We're not here from the guild.
We're 6 individuals coming alone
Mm-hmm.
who might know perhaps each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people at parties know each other. That's like a thing.
Ben, you
just-
mentioned how long it would take us.
A bit less than a day and a half.
Okay, and we have 3-4 days from now, so we have like a day or two before we need to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I
is
don't
this-
hate the idea of getting there early though, just to unless it's like a mansion out in the middle of nowhere. But I assume
Yeah,
there's a town nearby.
That was my question. Is this like wilderness, like a mansion, or is there like a small village with an inn somewhere we could stay?
Nope, it is mansion in the middle of nowhere.
Oh no way! Well, where's the closest town then?
I
think we're in it.
You're it. Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, I guess we shouldn't leave yet then.
Okay. Unless anyone wants to do anything, we can just.
We could leave. So if it'll take us like a day and a half to get there, we could leave so that we reach the day before, camp outside, and then like when is this? Is the thing in the morning or the evening?
Definitely the evening.
Okay,
Oh.
so then we could just reach on the day itself.
Sorry, I just remembered something we all forgot. We still
What?
have the egg. We wanted to bring it to Lydiot, but he refused to take it.
Oh, okay. What do we
You
do with
did?
the
We
egg?
still have omelet?
But we also found out that Toss is a druid officially now, so I will definitely approach him at some point and be like, "So you're a
Make it his
druid.
problem.
We have this egg. What do we do with it?" What would nature want for its child? What would the spirits wish to happen? What's the fate of this creature? What do we do with it?
Would animal handling cover hatching a giant egg?
Yeah, it definitely would.
Okay. I'm gonna try that. And see if I know what to do with a giant egg. Oh, apparently I do.
I mean, it's up to you what you want to do with the egg, but if your goal is to hatch the egg, I mean, you know the basics of what it needs, which is fundamentally just warmth and a safe place where it won't be knocked around and disturbed too much. You don't know what this, the gestation cycle of a Perryton is, but you know it probably can't be too much more than a month.
Okay.
And
Well,
who knows how long it's already been, in gestation. Could be a lot less.
okay. So I will set it up like by the hearth in my room and then tell people that if they hear loud noises before I get back, go. Yeah, exactly, that kind of noise. Sit.
You never said you had an animal companion.
I do like to imagine him just picking up the egg, going like as he's investigating, going tweet, 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 tweet. Woof, 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 woof.
But yeah, tell people that if
Yes.
there is like loud noises inside the room before I get back, don't open the door.
I don't know if that's gonna go well, but okay.
Yeah, well, who knows? We could
Oh,
unexpectedly have a evil bird creature in my room when we get back. Who knows? Life is full of surprises.
Lovely.
Should we
I
leave
feel-
some like jerky just in case?
Yes. Please leave something.
Yeah, I go into Toss's room and just like lay down like a big pile of like beef jerky, like shred it
then I-
up.
What is it? What if it's a vegan?
We know that it's not.
I mean, no, we
They
don't.
eat hearts. It's
Everyone's
not a
different.
vegan.
Yeah, I put down like a big pile of like sunflower seeds as well, and like next to the jerky. This is like most of my trail snacks.
Gonna have to pick up some more along the way.
Definitely.
And I feel like we all gather outside of the door, just in case.
And you look nervous.
I will say, if we can turn this creature good, it's going to be one heck of an ally. Can you imagine like riding it into battle? Just be like against the forces of like bad stuff.
Forces of bad stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a flying antlered bird. It's awesome.
It is awesome.
But do
That's
you
why we
want
have to
be,
try.
You want to be taking care of it for its entire infancy?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Have you never had a pet before?
Perfect. Not like this. I was envisioning some scenario where we liberate it and it flies off into the wilderness, but if you want to keep it as a pet, that's even better.
If it wants to fly off into the wilderness, we'll let it. If we truly love it, we'll let it go.
And if it loves us back, it'll come. It'll return.
Yeah. And it
Meanwhile,
will
Aris is
to great
thinking.
parents.
Aris is thinking on the side. By the time it grows up, all these muggles will be dead anyways. Thinking about the lifespan.
All right. To the camping.
All right. You guys are good.
Two quick things. Does anyone opt in for the magical armor protection?
I wouldn't say no to it, but I'm also not a high priority.
How much does it cost?
In character, Eros would say like a normal scroll costs 60 gold, but if he does it himself, it'll probably cost less, but he doesn't give like a proper price.
Okay. So like about 50 gold, like 50, 60 gold. And does it have like a time limit? Like if we don't use it, do we just now have a scroll?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
I don't think like Eros goes into that many details. It's just that, he'll cast it upon you before we go in. So our character is obviously that he's talking about preparing like a mage armor scroll, but in character he doesn't disclose that much information. Like it's not like hey, I'm preparing this. It's like more. I can talk about it in character, but it's more the magic and the hiding the secrets and all.
I got you. Yeah, he's being like a showman about it. That's fair. Money means very little to me. Yes, I'll opt. Living means a lot, so yes, I'll opt in.
Wait, did we find out what happened with Doss and the egg?
Well, we won't know until we get back. We're just leaving it in the room while we go out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, next
I thought you
Warm.
were going into the room with the egg to do something. Okay.
No,
For a second, I was
Yeah,
thinking
I'm-
the same thing as you, Tony. But
I'm going into the room with the egg to make a nest. That's what I'm doing. I am doing something.
Gotcha.
I'm also opting into the mage armor the package, whatever you call it. That sounds like a plus.
I feel like Faith would sort of expect you to cast it for her since you've been.
yeah, the question is
Time.
never directed at Fate. That's always to the other folk.
Okay. But as a player, I'm happy to pay the 50 gold. If that's how much it costs. So I have it, and I don't have anything better to do with it.
Now the question is now addressed to Fate.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay, so nothing for Toss or Blue.
No, not for toss.
All right.
I also had one quick moment with Sid that Eris wanted to have. So
Okay.
whenever we're sitting in the inn, at some point, perhaps Bram is talking to Visenya, Faith is talking to Hap, and maybe Blue and Toss are having like a conversation. And it's just Sid and Eris at the table, perhaps having some like tea and biscuits and something, Eris will just say, "So what exactly is it that you used to do at the university, anyways?"
Oh, it was pretty broad at first. You know, they teach you a broad range of things, and then you start to specialize. I started to specialize into artificy, but I kind of dropped out halfway through the year.
This was when?
Not long ago actually. Year and a bit.
Ah. And if you don't mind me asking, what happened? What made you leave the university?
Well, the inability to cast magic.
Aerosnaut doesn't push it further. What's the kind of rifle that you got recently, or pistol?
It's the long rifle. It's
Okay. You see, Eros has like a rifle on their back as well.
Mhm.
So he'll kind of whisper, he'll kind of just head nod towards it and say, "My, that's quite a big one."
Yeah, I needed range. The pistol wasn't cutting it back with the parroting situation.
Where did you learn to use one of
Well,
these?
this kind of thing is my family business. Devices like this is what my family tends to make, and what I was expected to get into as well.
Aerosnaut. If you don't mind me asking, would you mind showing me your form?
In here? Yeah, sure. I'll take it outside though.
Either works for me.
Actually, is it a better idea to point a pistol indoors with people who understand, or outdoors where there might be like onlookers?
I guess that's a decision Sid makes.
Yeah, it's it wouldn't be too big of a deal to like proffer a weapon doors, as long as you're not pointing it at anybody.
Okay, I'll just stay inside. Is there like a dartboard?
No, there does not appear to be a dartboard in here.
Damn, that'd be funny.
Well, now we know what we're buying next time we go to town.
Don't be mischievous.
Um,
There's plenty of dirty glasses and stuff sitting on tables.
I'll prop a foot up on a stool and just like point in a direction where nobody is. And I won't shoot. I'll just like hold a steady pose and show off, basically.
As you show off, Eris is doing like the, where the fingertips meet in front of your face. Like lips burst. You get the Meryl Streep vibe from like, the Devil Wears Prada movies where he's inspecting you.
Okay.
And he kind of nods. Straight back, nice. And yeah, you're free. That's what Eris is doing.
Okay. I did get a lot of practice in back at home. Sharpshooting is something I'm slightly better at than actually, magic crafting / logic mastery.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I cut out for a second.
Like shooting, my precision and such is usually a lot better than my magic crafting.
Oh well, that's plenty of time to learn.
Well, you say that, but I didn't learn anything in 4 years, so.
Well, if there's anything, I'm sure all the logic masters looked up at the university, if there's anything you would, any specific areas you would like to learn more about, I'd be happy to help.
I'm always willing to try.
Take some time to think about what you would like to discuss, and perhaps when we come back from this adventure, we can discuss more.
Okay. If I could learn magic, I would very much be interested in learning it from you.
Overhearing this, Faith just rolls her eyes.
Just nods, returns to his tea and biscuits.
Nice. I approve.
And quickly out of game, because we're going to be waiting here a couple of days. Ben, Ash will prepare 2 scrolls of mage armor and something else as well.
Okay. All right. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and get to the chase. You guys have made your preparations. Obviously, anything. Yeah, I'd say that. Basically all armor is off the table.
Yep.
And pretty much all weapons that aren't small or easily concealable are off the table as well. And you guys travel to the mansion. Takes a day and a half, so we'll call it 1.5 gold for each person.
You know, not to interrupt, but like I think I made a character decision. Bram's gonna leave his plate mail behind because I'm trying to think. If I'm a person in this world, even as excited as I am to wear it, why would he take it somewhere to not use it? Like just to travel with? No, he lived many years without it. He'll be fine. So he's made that decision. He's too afraid. He feels secure leaving it in his room at the guild. Does not feel secure leaving it hidden in the woods. So,
Gotcha. Yeah. So as you guys pointed out, there's no village or whatever attached to this mansion. So you are pretty much setting up camp in the woods nearby, where all your armor and other stuff would be kept. Theoretically, if you had the time, you could leave and grab stuff and come back. Maybe if you identified the killer, that's an option. But if something happens emergently in the moment, you won't have access to yeah, but you don your fancy clothes that you've all paid for, your masks, and prepare for the evening. And
A question: do we need to reach a day in advance? If it takes us a day and a half to travel and the masquerade is in the evening, can't we arrive on the day itself?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That would avoid us camping out and leaving our stuff in who knows where.
Yeah. I mean, you won't be spending the night there, so you'll have to have somewhere to spend the night after night's done. But you can always set up camp later, unless you just want to travel through the night all the way back.
I think I'm bringing all of my stuff. I'm just not taking it into the mansion with me. I'll be leaving it with a pack mule. Oh no, I have a regular horse now, don't I? Yeah.
by the way, what's everyone's horse's name?
Mine's Mulligan.
Mulligan. Love it.
Yeah, because I started with a pack mule and then I rolled again for a horse.
Harris's horse's name is horse number 1.
That's cold.
Practical.
Faith is Emmerich.
Emmerich.
Mhm.
About Tonsil and Blue.
I thought I would come up with a name for my horse. keep making me feel bad.
All right. I'm
Never.
gonna take this chance right before we get into this to like a 15-minute break for tea and take care of some things, and we'll be back. So we'll call it minute 40, roughly.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Little break.
And you, of course, all know my horse that has the greatest of names. Harry Trotter.
Okay. Terrible.
I love it.
Me too.
Does Sid get the goal?
Oh yeah, I need to mark that off my character sheet.
Nathan?
I am wiped out.
He may be AFK.
Yes, because I typically just message Ben whatever I make, so I was just doing that.
No, I'm not. I'm not wiped out. Okay, that's good. I have 5 silver.
Really?
Yep.
No worries.
Didn't you save like 30, 40 gold or something?
Yeah, I saved like 40, and then I was gonna say I need to take another 10 off of the party fund, but so what? Like how deep am I? I'm 5. I had 1,000, so I'm 500, and now 510 gold into the hole.
What does that mean? I'm sorry.
I owe 510 gold to the party.
I thought you took 350. That's the amount I reduced.
Yeah, 350. I'm sorry. So now I'm at 360.
Okay. You were just charging yourself 150 gold extra for no reason.
Yeah, for some reason I was doing it in increment, like in my head. Yeah.
If he wants to charge himself interest, don't stop him.
No,
Hey,
I have it written down.
I'm an honest accountant, okay? Or at least Aris is.
No, I have it written down in my biography. I put it under bonds, 350. For some reason, I was just assuming that it was in increments of 500. Don't ask me why I made that assumption, but I was just like, yeah, of course I owe 500. Why wouldn't I? Why would I owe anything less? So it's always a good idea to owe money in the D&D game.
I
That
mean,
never
I'm sure it's
comes-
fine in this game.
Yeah, that never comes back. We tend to make a lot of money, so which is cool because we can spend it and get stuff. It's cool.
Yeah.
You sure like these little crackers. Please don't make a mess. So my daughter has a new favorite song,
Ooh.
Bob Moran by the Beach Boys.
Nice. That's such a fantastic choice.
Yeah. And like I played it for her just
I played it for the other day because she's been saying "ba-ba" a lot, like B-A-B-A, just making baby noises because she's like experimenting because she knows mama is her mother. She knows dad is dad, and like she knows that I also respond to papa. So she's just like experimenting, trying to figure out different mouth noises.
She also knows, apparently, that one of the best indie puzzle games ever made.
Did not know that. Yeah,
Baba is you.
Yeah, I just keep telling her, like, hey, what does the sheep say? And she'll go, ba ba. So, but then like, just randomly, I would just looked at her when she was saying ba ba a bunch, and I was like, Baba Rain. And even now she's smiling at me as I just started up. Her head like whipped over to me. And so I played her the song and she just started like dancing around. It was adorable.
I'm thinking about Baba again.
I've never heard of I don't play a lot of video games, so like that's
It's not extremely well known, but it's like a weird situation where it's a really good game that I wouldn't recommend to most people because it's such a brain ache.
Gotcha.
It's like a really intense puzzle game.
It looks cute.
I just happen to like that kind of thing.
Don't be a video game hipster.
If I'm already in everything else hipster, I might as well be a video game hipster too.
I can't tell if this thing is like on its tummy and those little 4 nublets are its legs and the 2 top nublets are his ears.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a sheep, but it's so minimalistic. It's hard to tell.
I thought it was a bunny. Okay, that's fair. That tracks. I also thought maybe that the 2 nublets on the bottom, right, the front bottom, where its ears,
and it's laying on its back.
And it's laying on its back, and those 2 little nublets are like on the top are its arms.
Yeah, I can see that.
Baba is you. I should have known sheep from Baba.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even think of that. Nice.
Yes, ma'am, Baba.
It's just a block pushing game, except the blocks are text, and you can rearrange the text to change the rules of the game. It's great.
Wow.
Yeah, like you have a block that says Baba, then you have the ears and the U block. If you separate those blocks, Baba is no longer you, and you can't play the game anymore. It's great.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Baba is you. You are sheep. Is there a story behind it, or is it just like a puzzle?
There's a very minimal story. No, it's not really about that.
Gotcha.
This is the best level in the game.
I do like the minimalist style. It's cute. What are those flowers?
Yeah, violet is rose is red, violet is blue, flag is win, Baba is you. It's incredible. And you can literally rearrange those to make violets blue. And the roses blue even. Such a fun game. I'm gonna have to replay it soon now.
I mean, how do you get to the flag?
You don't. You just have to rearrange it so flag isn't win, so violet is win. That's literally how the game works. You just make the rules.
But you can't move Baba is you without.
Yeah, because then you can't play as Baba.
What if you do Baba is win?
then you'd win. But Baba also has to be you. You can have both of those active simultaneously, and you do just instantly win the level.
I'm trying to think how you would even. What would be your first move here? Because you can push the blocks around, but like any way you push the blocks is going to separate Baba as you. Oh, you got to put a new is.
Yeah, you can push the is down from the top, and then you get a new is to mess around with, and you can start moving other stuff.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's your first one. Yeah, go 2 is down, push Violet over, and then push her.
Yeah, then you can push Rose up,
Mhm.
and from that you can make Roses win, and just step into a Rose and win.
So loud. I love it. I love how curious you are. But I'm sure they don't appreciate it.
I don't mind.
Yeah. I don't bother muting myself as much when we're not actively playing.
Yeah, I get it.
And I'm always curious as to, like, how much of her you actually hear. Because she's usually babbling the entire time, but I see that my mic isn't picking her up.
Only occasionally when you're speaking.
You can listen to the VOD from Ben's stream and
True.
hear it
Pick it up from there.
if you want.
Like, it's weird. You probably just heard that bottle that she's
Yes.
throwing around. Yeah.
And that walk by.
Okay. That's very. I like that puzzle. Like that seems like a fun. Like, it seems very aggravating, but also very fun.
Well, that one isn't even a puzzle. That's just like a demonstration of how the game works in a really
Yeah.
simplified form. But they do get so crazy. There's like 100 text box on screen, and you got to keep all the rules in mind and figure out how to make a win scenario. Very intense. Oh, and the OST is really, really, really good. That's important. It's all just trippy, chill music.
Jeez, where does time go?
So, hey, don't pull that. So I saw that the second campaign of Critical Role ended.
I didn't know that.
I'm halfway through the final episode.
Stop.
I mean, I will. There's
No,
no
I'm
no
talking
more
about
red.
No, keep
keeps
watching. Keep
pulling at
watching.
my computer's plug, and I keep tapping her hand away, and she's not happy about that. I know. That don't do it.
Tony, have you watched the entire 200, 300 episodes, wherever they are?
There's 115 in the first campaign, and there's 142 if you count the campaign recap in the second one, and there's also one shots. And
How
I've
long is an
watched all
episode,
of it.
though?
About, I mean, as long as a D&D session, so 3 to 5
Oh.
hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I have
Yeah.
watched, or at least listened to, all of it.
See, I listened to a lot of the first campaign because I would like listen to it at work as like in podcast form. Felt like I was missing a lot of the gags not watching it, but at the same time, like like it would be awesome to watch it because like I know how good it is. Like I know how good it is. I just like I tried to get into the second one and I watched all the way up to like Molly's death, and it was really cool and I liked it a lot, and then I just didn't keep watching because I was like I had something else I want to listen to, or like I don't have the time to put into it.
Hey, if
Right.
I ever decide to watch the second campaign, I know there's a Molly and that they'll die.
I'm sorry.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry, that was a spoiler. Yeah, it's
Not worried
D&D.
about
People die
spoilers.
and come back. It happens.
Yeah, death isn't really a big deal in the D&D world.
All right, I'm back. Soon
Hey.
everybody else is too.
Except in maybe Ben's world. They
True.
make that very specific. It's like, yeah, it's very like healing is hard, death is semi-permanent.
Even getting knocked unconscious has bigger repercussions.
Oh, death is permanent, or it won't be called death.
Hmm.
Anyways, here we are. You guys did say you wanted to like not seem associated to each other. So even though I have you here as a group, I presume that you go in maybe like pairs of 1 or 2 at most.
Before we go in, there's 2 quick things I wanted to do.
Mhm.
One, the day before when we leave, like whenever we come at breakfast, Eros will come to sit and say, will you stand up for a second?
Yeah.
And he'll pull out from behind him like a thin leather strap, which has like small loops in them. And he'll kind of bring it close to your upper chest and say, may I?
Of course.
And he'll tie the leather strap, or like the leather thing with the loops, around your upper chest. And he'll kind of, look over wherever you keep your like ammunition for the cartridges. And he'll, for an example, like pluck one up and insert it into one of the loops.
So it's like a quick access.
He nods.
Ooh. No, it's a real shame I won't be able to use this.
We might run into some trouble on the road.
That's true.
That'll
That's
always
true.
be a next time.
Thank you for this. This is good. This is efficient.
I was not. Are we self-respecting? Actually, he doesn't say that. Never mind. He just nods.
How
Okay.
many slots?
Real quick.
Um,
Sorry.
yeah.
No, and actually, go ahead. You do your thing first.
Nah,
How many
I like-
slots does this have?
It's just one charge,
Okay.
so you can do one of the three things just once, and it'll take like I'll have to spend like a minute recharging it. So essentially, in combat, it's like a one-time thing.
I'm trying to figure out how this would work as a rogue, specifically a thief, actually, thief rogue. Since I could already use an item as a bonus action, I'm not sure if that counts with slow reload.
No, use an item is like a different kind of very generalist thing. It's like a,
So this is super useful then, with my action economy stuff.
this would allow you to reload as a reaction, and then also use an item as a bonus action.
Wonderful. I didn't
also
even know
have
this
an action.
existed, so this is extremely good.
I've been slowly
Thank you.
plucking away at more tool related stuff.
Nice.
I'm probably going to do a second pass on all of them and see if I can balance and fine tune, maybe add some stuff as well. But I'm not even done with going through the tools yet, so that'll be in a long time. All right, yeah. Yeah. So you have a bandolier now, but can't use it this time. Next time. Or like Eris was saying, if you guys get into trouble on the road or something. But on the way there, you don't, at the very least. And sorry, I know there were some people that were also talking. Was there any other last things?
You want to go, Devin?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's not that important, but I did want to mention that I think it's gonna be let's go blue and who's gonna be the most? I think he's gonna keep one for himself. Is gonna get a little bump through their health. I'm gonna give them the chef thing.
Oh yeah, gotcha. That's gonna be the. I can't remember the name. Let's see. At books, utensils. Talking about the feast feature.
Proficiency bonus. So it's two temp HP points.
All right.
Who are you giving this to?
I'm gonna take one for myself because I'm just kind of peckish. Actually, no. He'll give it them to other people. I was thinking, yeah, totally. I'm trying to spread them out, so if anyone specifically asks for them, then that's cool.
I would love one. You have a spare.
Yeah.
Actually, you get to make a check to see how much the feast gives.
No, that's for regaining hit points, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Temporary hit point gain.
Yeah, I
What
was
is
just
it?
reading the feed. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was. I forgot we also did something different with it. I'll have to look up what that is. I was just gonna tack on. It's not a big deal, but 2 hit points is 2 hit points.
Mhm.
So yeah, Faith and Blue. I'd
Oh
give
yeah,
them
we
to
did.
them.
That's
Okay.
10% of my hit points. We'll gladly take it.
I'll definitely make a check for like some weird stuff to happen though.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and make the check. I remember what we talked about. It was gonna give hit points equal to your level, but that was like too strong. And
Yeah, that's
so I changed it to proficiency bonus. But I'm still gonna have the effects of the checks, like giving half proficiency bonus or 1.5 proficiency bonus. on a good check. So yeah, make a coax utensils check with using. I can understand arguments for a few things. I mean, dexterity is like obviously comes to mind. I feel like wisdom can apply. I even feel like you could twist it towards charisma as well. So, any of those three. Depends on your style of cooking. Whether you're the throw stuff in a pot and don't measure and feel it out, or you could even argue for intelligence if you're like very much into the chemistry of it and focusing on exact amounts and measurements and the details.
No, I would say it would be his style of cooking is more about. It's not about the presentation. It's about like, so he doesn't really care what the food looks like. He's not trying to make brown slop, but I'm talking as I'm trying to figure out how to click on my cook's utensils to make a check.
Go to your inventory and.
Oh, I have to go to the inventory to do it.
Yeah, you have to click on the actual thing in your inventory. You might have to change. Right now, it's defaults to ability or to wisdom for the ability check. Were you gonna spin it as wisdom or charisma maybe?
If you'll let me do charisma, I'll do charisma.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the charisma approach is like kind of like you were saying. You're not too worried about like the super details and specifics and presentation, but like you like approach cooking as like a bonding and socializing and comfort thing, and you're trying to like express that through your cooking. I'm fine with that.
Oh, damn.
All right, nice. Very, very good result. So that gives you 1.5 times of your proficiency bonus temp HP. So it's 3 temp HP.
3, even better. 15% of my health.
Oh, I'm sorry about this, guys. I just remembered one more thing I needed to do.
It's okay.
I love how
It's
we've been
fine.
for the past like 3 hours been like, yeah, just one more thing real
but
quick.
actually, I have this thing. It's fine. Go ahead.
This would have been somewhere like before when we had the table around chat. Essentially, this would have been pre the session, like during the 7 days of downtime sometime. Okay, I don't want to waste time, so I won't roleplay much through it, but whenever Eris and Faith are, studying or having like a conversation, Eris would have given Faith 2 more scrolls.
Ooh.
With one, he would have said, if anything happens, you need to run away quickly, get out of some place, use this. And that's a scroll of Expeditious Retreat. And the second scroll, if somehow, someday, Logic Masters arrive, you need to run away, you'll need to change your appearance and use this on that day. And that's a scroll of Disguise Self.
Disguise Self and Expeditious Retreat.
Yeah.
You could easily sneak in scrolls tucked up a sleeve or something.
Good now. So that's Expeditious Retreat is first level, right?
Yeah, both of them are first level.
Cool.
So I think by now you have like a scroll of Disguise Self, Expeditious Retreat, and Invisibility.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah, I wish I could have rolled with that more, but all you're doing.
It's all good. I think we do need to get to it a little bit. It's fine. Yes. All right. So if there's any more stuff in retrospect, we can we can flashback things as we go through this quest again. But for now, we're going to move on. So, Heb's dress is... It's barely cutting it. It is fancy. It looks like high-quality stuff, but it looks like he's almost wearing high-quality clothes, but purposefully trying to make it look more casual. Like, the top buttons are undone on the dress shirt. His sleeves are rolled up a little bit. His hair's... You think he probably actually puts a lot of effort into making his hair look somehow messy but also good at the same time. And you know there's no way that he gets that look without actually trying for it. And so he kind of maintains a lot of his personality despite his dress attire. And his mask is going to be a smiling, cackling hyena mask. Alright, so you guys arrive here at this mansion. It is essentially surrounded by a large hedge that blocks line of sight. The hedge is about as tall as most of you. I think Brahm could probably get on his tiptoes and see over the fence, but nobody else could. And the mansion itself is, you know, it's not super extravagant, actually. It seems, I mean, it's certainly a mansion and certainly nice, but maybe for someone of his prestige, especially by Faith's estimation, it looks possibly a little tame, a little reserved. And yeah, you guys, there'd be other guests arriving kind of constantly, so it wouldn't be hard to, like, fit in that stream and arrive in a staggered manner, however you wish. I know I've kind of clumped you all in there to start with, but there is a servant who ushers everyone in, checks people's on the guest list, which of course you all would be, and nobody. The security seems, you don't see any armed guards. Now who knows if, like, some of these servants might have, like, a hidden weapon of some kind, but nobody pats you down or searches your persons. They give you, like, a, you know, they give you, like, an eyeball pat down, but nothing physical. You guys are allowed to simply walk in.
So they don't look in my boot, because he was going to try it. It's for, like, a hunting dagger. They don't, like, check his boot for the knife in there?
Nope, they do not.
Dope.
Alright, so I'll roll perception. I mean, like, the odds of seeing a hidden boot dagger are really low, but okay, yeah. You're good.
Oh, cool. Sweet. Yeah, I love how you mentioned me a minute ago, and next, besides Blue, I'm the shortest person in the party. What? No. Bram walks past the guard and gives them a curt nod.
Mm-hmm. The servants here have, like, a somewhat more of, like, a militant dress to it, but it's still very formal. Like, still very obviously a servant, but maybe with a bit more of, like, a orderly militant flair to it.
He's and those that noticed, like, Bram, actually, probably with the help of Faith and anybody else, looked like cleaned up pretty nice. He's wearing this, like, like, nice, like, green jacket, like a gray silk just, like, you know, so it doesn't, like, choke his neck for comfort, but not as scruffy as Ham at all. But polished boots, crisp lines down his pants,
Hair, his beard combed, hair kind of like styled up, pushed back, oiled. He looks good. As he takes a look around the party scene, this is the front manor house. Just making his way in and around.
Yep. There seems to be like some kind of master servant of some kind who's kind of lurking here. He regards you and doesn't really say much, but surveys most of the guests as they come in.
I will have asked Toss the night before to help me brush Emmerich and make him as white and fluffy and beautiful as a horse can be.
So like at the moment, Bram's not sure the etiquette on like how he what he's supposed to be doing. So he's just doing his best not to be rude. He doesn't know if he doesn't know if how rich people act. Like, are you supposed to ignore the servants? That seems mean. I wouldn't do that. So I'm just going to keep saying hello. As he
There's no way rich
makes his
people
way
are that rude.
yeah, no, there's not.
Sorry, I was a little distracted there. Yeah, so you're just hopping in, trying to blend in. Is it?
His left, and just make his way over there. Oh, that's a big dining table, not a.
Yep.
Big dining table, not a. What he thought. So.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of these generic nobility tokens, so these are all obviously unique
fair.
characters.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maddie. Maddie said she has to go. I'm sorry. It's a shame.
Well, we did establish that Blue is sneaking into the party, so
True, Blue is like hiding in a chandelier or something.
she'll show up at the exact time
Yeah,
she's needed.
she'll be the Deus Ex Machina. Save everybody.
Yep.
Mouse Ex Machina.
Mouse Ex Machina.
Wait, the mouse 6 money. Got the mouse of the machine? Wouldn't it be Deus Ex Mouse?
Deus Ex Machina.
God of the mouse.
That doesn't sound as good.
I mean, it really depends on how she's sneaking in. She may be a mouse in a machine.
True.
So yeah, he'll not realizing that this was thinking that this may have been an area where he could just people were standing around talking and eating or drinking or whatever. Not realizing these people were sitting down to a meal. They're just kind of awkward. They walk in, nod, he's glancing about, and I'll let other people go for a while.
I think Sid would be mingling pretty well. Sid would have a fair idea of fancy etiquette things.
Yeah, Meridian has a lot of etiquette and high society, and family you came from. You would know at least a thing.
I'd try to mingle with people more my level, though. Like, not the most fancy people in the room.
I gotcha. I mean, there's all types here, kind of. I mean, it's all high society, but not everybody is like the 1% of the 1%.
Yeah. I mean, my father runs a successful business, so I'm sure I kind of am in that crowd a little bit, to some level.
Yeah, gotcha. I mean, it's a party. People are drinking. Everybody seems kind of sociable and loose, and kind of people congregate in groups.
I'm not sure. I'm kind of forgetting that I'm supposed to be doing a job, and I am just actually letting loose a little bit.
Mhm. All right, we'll put you.
So so you said you family runs Pearl Farm. That's got to be a lucrative business. I mean, don't basically every wizard needs one of those, right? Yes, yes, of course. You know, when the market says, multiple purpose, spell components, and a fancy dress.
Yep, that's about right. An accurate estimation of conversation. All right. Well, I mean, people are mingling, talking. It's
Oh, I don't want to interrupt you, Ben. I'm so
no, you're
sorry.
good. You're good.
I do want to know, what is everyone's mask?
I've been thinking about it. I think Sid would just have a dragon because he's not that original.
Very
I mean, if you're going
Risky.
to, like, here's the thing: if you're already a lizard folk, so it's like,
Yeah.
really, it's good. Like, depending on how many lizard folk is there, it's like, yeah, there's the lizard folk, so might as well just go for it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like the equivalent of a human going in with a ape mask, though.
I guess so.
Like that.
Don't people like hate dragons in this world?
Yeah, it's a slightly
I thought of
risky
that.
mask.
I did forget about that. I probably wouldn't do that. I'm smarter than that.
I mean, it's not, you know.
Are you though?
No, I mean I'm not smart, but I'm socially able, so I would know that's a bad idea.
You probably wouldn't be the only. I mean, yeah, people
going
hate
with-
dragons, but like,
There's still like
Oh,
a symbol,
yeah.
right?
yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to think of a good example in real life, but like, let's say like a tiger mask. People don't like tigers are terrifying, and most people would not want to associate with a tiger in real life. But you know, it doesn't mean you can't wear a mask of something that's like not well liked by the public.
I mean, but people like to appear as a tiger. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a powerful creature. I think it'd be
Yeah,
more
it's
like
definitely-
something like a crow, which is just a bad omen.
Mhm.
Well, it
Wearing a
could be.
dragon mask would be like a bold thing. It'd be like
Power
against the
move.
grain. You're making a statement that you're.
You know,
against the
I'll go
grain.
with Griffin, which is like an equally regal, noble, mythical creature, but with less negative stigma.
Hmm. That works.
I shall arrive on white horseback in all my glory, with
course.
my expensive blue dress and my expensive mask and my exotic saddle, and I will throw the reins over to the servant as I, in passing, show him my invitation.
Mhm.
And without even looking at them, I will.
There's definitely a
Go
horse
inside.
valet here. He leaves the horse around back somewhere.
I love how much effort she puts into being extra.
I don't think she's putting effort into it. I think she's
She
just.
did.
like,
She said, "I spent all day brushing Emmerich just for this one moment."
Well, no, I asked Dos to do it.
Oh, that's right. Okay, then never mind. I retract my statement. But she at least like preps and
How much-
plans.
Effort she has other people put in.
Exactly.
But she at least preps and plans, right?
Yes.
Look, she planned. She's like, I need my horse to be fabulous, so this guard, this one person, will see how magnificent I am.
You never know who's watching.
What
Yeah.
what a faith thing to say.
But yeah, I will then enter and look around, and apparently it's a dinner party.
Yep. I mean, there's people all over the place. This is just one part of the building, but yeah.
Is it like a party where you can freely walk around the home, or is it limited to a certain area of the house?
It seems like people are moving about freely. I mean, you'd have to explore. Nobody's told you can't go any certain places.
Okay, I will then approach that couple here that are sitting on this couch.
Yes, they seem rather involved with each other at the moment.
Like physically involved at the
Yeah,
moment.
it's not
or-
like it's nothing too risque, but it's definitely I don't know.
Passionate.
Yes.
Okay, I will give them their space and I will see it walking. I want to find someone who seems fancy and talk to them. Like these people, they look fancy.
Yeah, you with your dress, you're not like the fanciest person here, but you are in the like upper. You're definitely at the upper crust of
Damn it.
the upper crust of the upper crust. I mean, these are like
Damn
the
it.
richest people in the world. Though some people
Isn't
who
that
are
what you
wearing
wanted?
I wanted to
multiple
be
thousands
the
of golds
fanciest
worth
person.
of jewelry and dress.
Okay, I will approach the fanciest person I can see and be like, nice weather for a party.
Yes, lively. They you seem in place enough that they let you into the circle.
I don't suppose Otto is anywhere around.
Oh, well, you can probably hear him. He is you can hear the sound of organ playing from this part of the map over here, which is panned.
Oh, in that case, I won't do that. Sorry.
I got you.
Or maybe I will, and once it's been pointed out to me, I will go, of course, how could I be so ignorant? Excuse me. And I will head over in that direction.
Yeah, I think Bram was just like walking around, just nodding to people. Hello, how's it going? Lovely evening. And then just he gets floored. It's like this guy just starts playing on the piano. He pulls over to this like bookshelf, um, squatting down at this like plush chair, and just enjoys it for a moment. Just lets music kind of echo into his head.
Mhm.
Now understanding why Faith was so enamored and so excited to do this mission as he just listens to this master at work.
Yep.
Awesome.
Sitting, the person sitting across from you is, unlike almost everybody else you've met, seems rather disinterested in everything that's going on and is just reading a book with a kind of plain expression on his face.
Who goes to a party to read books?
Someone's never read Mistborn.
I don't blame the people who do that. I will just stand next to Bram, but without making any sign that I know them, and I will place a hand on the back of their chair and just stand there and observe.
Otto regales you with a organ concerto that is, or at least an excerpt from the concerto, not the whole thing. Obviously, there is an audience that's kind of like pressed close around him as he plays, and yeah, it is definitely an excellent, precise, but also soulful performance. Probably from some tragedy that you would be familiar with. It ends on a somber note, and then everybody in the room claps.
You're okay.
Except one person who doesn't seem happy with the rendition.
Not a fan.
We picked a. I'll clap, and then turn over to the reading guy. He's like, "You picked a great spot to read, man. The ambiance here is very nice."
He looks up at you and gives like a small, unenthusiastic smile. It'll do.
Can I as he smiles up at me? Can I check to see what book he's reading?
Yeah. He's got it kind of laid flat, so the title isn't exactly apparent. You could catch or try to catch a glimpse upside
He turns the
down of some of
page.
the writing, and it seems like a rather dry book, something historical maybe. It was the little bit of the sentence you caught was referencing some date in the second epoch, and
Gotcha.
you didn't get much more before without being you wouldn't be able to get much more than that without being very obvious.
Yeah. As always, if someone wants to say or do anything, please do so. Otherwise, I'll just keep talking and doing stuff.
I guess shortly after Faith, Aris will arrive on horse number 1. Ensure that the horse is, well stabled and set up, and then make their way to the entrance of the mansion. They are currently dressed in nice tunic and pants, functional but still, high quality. They look good. They look sharp, smart. They have a straight back. They walk very fluidly, and the mask that they have for the masquerade party is not something resembling an animal, but it's like a simple golden mask. But of course, it's not made out of gold. Probably some sort of bronze or copper metal, on which they have drawn themselves multiple patterns of pentagrams and runes, similar to what they have on their body on their scrolls. And as they kind of walk up to the person standing up front, they'll open a case on their side in which there are multiple pieces of paper, and they'll whip out the first one, which would be the invitation to the party, and hand it to the person at the front.
Mm-hmm. Inspects it, satisfactory, and gives you a half bow, and with his hand ushers you inside.
Okay. We'll walk past the person. Is this the butler looking person?
Yeah, he of all the butlery people, he looks like the butleriest butler.
Ah,
He regards you with a little bit of disdain as he looks over the numerous tattoos.
does the person who walks in front of me kind of go and speak with them?
No. Nope. They just kind of stay at the door.
So the person who walks in before me, another guest.
Before you, another guest. No, most people seem to just ignore him, rush right by.
Then Aros will do the same and make his way inside. Is this the way inside?
I mean, there's a lot of ways inside. This is a hallway in the building.
Are there people here except the tokens?
No. I have tokens laid out pretty much everywhere where there should be people.
Okay.
So yeah, but kind of what you see is kind of what you get.
I guess as he sees like a long corridor, it doesn't seem like the place to be. So
Mm-hmm.
he would
On
go
corridor,
the
there
other
was a set of stairs that goes up.
Mhm.
Yeah, you go into here, and you definitely hear the chatter of people. Yeah, the chatter on the table is pretty lively. Talk of exploits and adventures, and oh, have you been to this place? Have you seen this thing? Everybody's trying to kind of one up each other, typical high society. And you can definitely hear the playing of the organ farther to the north as well.
We'll kind of give a nod to so as they walk by, like a subtle nod.
Mm-hmm.
But will make their way into the main hall. Is there like somewhere the people entering could get like a drink or something?
They are our servants that like constantly going in and out. They go in and out of this door right here a lot, most part. You can go in here and then they go up north through the hallway, and they ferry in and out of here with plates that are full of drinks or little sandwiches or other appetizers,
Ooh.
fancy hors d'oeuvres.
I want the little sandwiches in real life.
Wow, there's-
Into
Eros will just grab like a drink and start perusing the bookshelf here.
Yeah, the bookshelf
There's-
has a lot about music and history and famous people. It's a pretty good variety of stuff actually, but all of it seems to kind of have a none of it's dry reading. All of it's like some about something interesting or some event or some yeah. The only stuff that might be dry is the stuff related to music.
Okay.
I think Sid, you were saying something?
It wasn't.
Okay.
Tonso. How
I
does
haven't arrived yet.
arrive?
Okay. Eris is done arriving.
Mhm.
Dalton Sengel will ride up in a very nice outfit. I think he spent as much as Faith did on hers. It's in a nice like coppery brown color. It matches his horse and his horse mask. It's also like as close to the style of like Inish traditional garb as he could get down here.
Mhm.
And he'll ride up and
It's a
hand
little
his.
bit
I'm sorry.
go ahead. I was
ahead.
just gonna say the Indian traditional garb is kind of robe-like.
Yeah.
If you can, I envision it a lot like if you envision maybe some like the fanciest like Arabic garb, or I mean,
Okay.
it's obviously very reminiscent of Mongolian style stuff as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely definitely very different than most of the guests here. You stand out, not necessarily in a bad way, just different.
Right, and I'm going to play that up like I am
Mhm.
the delightful savage type of person. So I'll hand my invitation over to the person at the door.
He surveys it like with everyone else and ushers you in.
I will nod and go in. Oh wow. So many things that
The
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the housemaster, as you pass him by, will actually give a traditional Inish bow, where you place one arm across your chest and the other arm held out with palm upwards, and then like just a half bend at the waist. In
I
greetings.
will return it. And you said there were people, like the sounds of the party from deeper in the house.
Yeah, you can hear outdoor voices to the northeast. Kind of like spacier voices, like they're either in a big room or outside in a pavilion. And then to your left, you hear like the more like indoor chatter and the sounds of the organ playing.
I will.
Actually, I think by the time you're here, he's probably done playing and has gotten up and is socializing with the crowd that's immediately around him. So no more organ playing.
I will head towards the area that seems to be more outdoors or a large room.
Okay. Yeah, it seems vaguely northeast, so you can get there whichever way you wish.
Okay. I'm colliding with walls. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. So I apparently will make my way the long way through there. So picky about actually like perfectly moving through.
Yeah,
There we
it is a
go.
little bit picky. You probably stand to make the walls less. Yeah, I think if I made the walls not as precisely perfect to the door frame, it'd probably be easier.
Yeah.
We try to do that.
Well, I also like how I managed to move out there, and then I get the whole boundary has gone black for me. So
Oh goodness.
excellent.
Excellent.
At
Well,
least I saw my destination.
I'll describe it nonetheless. At the moment, you're in some sort of like a greenhouse. Lots of potted plants, glass roof, glass walls, except for the base of the walls, which are made of wood. But just outside, on the opposite side, there's another door that leads out to a pavilion where you see lots of people lounging about. Yeah.
I will then make my way out to the pavilion and start to socialize with people.
Yeah. As kind of one of the people that's dressed more in an odd fashion, you certainly you at least get accepted into the circles out of sheer like curiosity as kind of a center of attention. Some people.
Yeah, I think if I don't have normal social graces, that I can be the interesting person.
It's almost like your lack of normal social graces also like plays more into people's curiosity and interest.
So, actually, that's a really good strategy, Jonathan.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because we're all kind of I think whereas I think Sid and okay, so I think like Sid's playing I've done this before. I sort of know the procedure here to some extent. I can fit in amongst these others.
I think this is the kind of thing Sid would have actually been invited to, just not as quite to this fancy scale.
Mm-hmm.
But it's quite similar kind of thing that Sid's used to.
Yeah, whereas Faith is very much at the point where she's like all eyes on her, very attention grabbing. Bram is just being sociable and like trying to play it off by ear. He's pretty good with people, maybe not with etiquette. And you're just playing up, and Aries is doing the aloof thing at the moment. We'll see what he does next. But whereas you're playing up I don't know the customs, so I'm just going to play into the fact that I don't know the customs. And that in itself makes me seem more normal somehow. It's a great strategy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to blend in.
Mm-hmm. Which in turn makes you blend in a way.
Great strategy.
Yeah, and if there's a murder, no one will suspect the person who sticks out the most because it's too obvious.
I, of course, also haven't been here all those other times.
That's also true.
So if Von Broth has finished playing and is now socializing, I'll kind of stand there, and I'm secretly hoping that the crowd will open up and his eyes will fall on me. So I'm sort of lingering, waiting for that moment.
Roll me a.
Standout check. That's probably performance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think performance is the right call. Just for
Got it.
like the subtle, trying to not be subtle but also be subtle positioning and all that stuff. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna do like a reverse saving throw against it. How does that work? I don't know.
Roll the 5. Faith is probably actually a little starstruck, so
Okay, he's no, he's not very noticing at the moment. It's kind of, it seems like his field of vision is limited to what's immediately around him and interacting with him. And you on the other side of the room is not quite catching his eye yet.
okay, I'll wait for a bit.
Yeah, I mean the crowd, you know, it's like dynamic. People move around, things move around. It kind of like everybody kind of goes to like a more central part of the room, and more people get involved in the conversation. And of course, everybody's still trying to tell their own story, and
Was trying to talk about themselves.
yeah, most people here seem to be wanting to talk about themselves, and they're just waiting for the other person to shut up so they can say something about themselves.
So as they're doing that, like, I'm just chilling. Like, if a servant had if one of the staff had come by with a drink and some snacks, he'd be munching on some like cucumber sandwiches. Has like a little martini glass, like just pairing it with it or whatever. And he's sort of doing the opposite. He's more than willing to listen to people talk. If they ask him, he'll reply, like, but noting that like they mostly just want him to stop talking. Like, they're not really listening to him. They're just waiting for him to stop talking. He'll keep his answers brief and then be like the inquisitive guest, like good conversationalist, where he's just, so tell me, like, that sounds very interesting. Tell me about this. Tell me about that.
Being the exact guest they want him to be.
Yeah, people latch on to
Everyone's
that.
desperate to talk to you now.
Yeah. When you're easy to talk to, people will gladly take advantage of it. And yeah, so you fit in easily, even though you don't get much word in, but you definitely don't have any trouble finding someone that's willing to talk at you.
Actually, as we're talking, as I'm being talked to, I realize these people are kind of gossiping about themselves and stuff. I'll ask, I'll just casually bring up, is like, oh, so have you been to these events before?
Nice.
Oh, of course. Yeah, past 4 years, I think.
Fantastic. It's somewhat exciting for me. It's my first time here. I did hear perhaps you seem to be someone in the know. I've been here before. I've heard quite the juicy bit of detail or gossip. Is it true that sometimes people are whisked away into the night?
Just to clarify, you would not be talking to this person. He's,
No, no.
Yeah. We're going to presume this person detached himself to talk at you. He says, oh, of course. It's, honestly, it makes these things a little bit exciting. Who's going to disappear this time? Is it going to be me? It kind of spices the whole
Nice.
thing up.
People want to die.
Indeed, it is rather intriguing. Is between you and me, I don't want to be a gossip, as he very much becomes a gossip. What's sort of the prevailing rumor going around? Yeah, I mean, I've heard everything from shades and shadows to, and I lean in very quietly. He's like, I even heard once it was a vampire, but of course that can't be true.
Oh, there's new rumors every year. I mean, it's probably just, honest truth, somebody probably just gets drunk and wanders off into the woods and, freezes to death or something. But it's way more interesting to think that it is a vampire. I have heard a rumor that, well, he never talks about it, but there's a mausoleum outside the yard. And maybe ghosts. Vengeful.
A scorned lover, perhaps, or a muse. Just
I think
and
Von
like
Broth, more likely. No one knows who it is out there.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he definitely lowers his voice considering Von Broth is right there.
Yeah. I imagine like we're both kind of talking in more hushed tones, letting the sound of multiple conversations kind of drown us out.
Yes.
Trying to play it up as like just two people chatting about something or another.
Yeah. The whole like mob of people has like been steadily just like bit by bit, this little movement by little movement, just kind of amalgamating farther into the middle of the room. Eventually to the point that it's enveloped Faith. And at about this point, as the mob gets close, this person seems to get a little bit unhappy maybe with the noise. And into a different room. See him go into that hallway and go south. And then you lose line of sight, I think, at some point there.
If I can catch Erhes's gaze, I will kind of point to the person with my eyes as they're leaving.
Which side did they go? This way or this way?
They went into here, into this hallway, and then south.
All right. I think as I kind of catch the glance, Era still had like a drink they had taken. They were nursing it till now. They'll take another sip, and as they kind of spot this person, I imagine they have like a tray of drink or something. Eros will just walk up here.
Actually, they do not. They seem to simply be standing in the hallway as if they're guarding passage.
Ah.
Can I help you? Just by being in the hallway, you see him go south and then in through this doorway into the green. And he did take his book with him.
Okay. So are they looking towards my direction, probably guarding this route?
Mm-hmm.
Aris will say, yes, I was looking where to place this, and kind of points towards the class.
I'll take that for you.
Right, thank you. And Aris will hand the glass to the person, turn around, and head on south.
Mm-hmm. At a certain point, you'll see another servant come through with a platter of drinks and simply put the empty drink on that platter as this to offer drinks to someone else.
And I think that's great because I was just about to say, Aris takes like a bit longer than necessary than this action would have taken just to kind of understand what all is in this area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just this hallway, turns around to the right, to the north, and then there's the stairs that go up. Are you going up the stairs? Or are you just getting in? Sorry, you went over the stairs, so I was just asking.
They went down, right, where the person followed?
The person went through this doorway here.
Oh. I misunderstood that. Okay. In that case, there's like a staircase going up and the person skirted the staircase.
Yeah, they went around the staircase and then through this door.
Okay. As I'm passing by here and I kind of look up the staircase, what do I see?
There's not much to see. It obviously goes to a second floor. It seems from your view down there, it's rather nondescript. Just a stone wall at the top you can see with a painting on it, and kind of average looking roof.
Okay. Then I'll continue down south and head east.
You get to here, you start to go through the doorway, and you see that he's simply sat himself here in this greenhouse with his book laid out in front of him in here now, and is simply reading.
And there's no one else in this room.
Nope, no one else. I know Taz, I know you ran into some problems when you went out there, but I assume you would have gone through the greenhouse and out to the patio or pavilion area where people were talking.
Yeah, I refreshed it where the token is. It's great.
Yeah, so you'd see Tazan Singel out there, and but no one else is in the greenhouse.
Do I catch the name of the book that they're holding?
Nope. Well, just like before, it's laid flat on the table, and so the spine and the covering are flat against the table, and only the pages are visible.
Alright. Then no one else being in the room, Aris will walk out the other side.
He gives you like a small glance as you walk by, but it doesn't seem anything deeper than a simple acknowledgement. At least just brief.
Aris will actually chat with some of the people here. He introduces himself as Aris, the body artist extraordinaire.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Your tattoos are they make you stand out, especially in a masquerade when a lot of people kind of look similar-ish. You have something far more identifying. But yeah, and this is the right crowd. They're interested in Taz because he's different. They're interested in you because you're different.
I'll make small shot and try and see what's in like the area to the south, but we can get to it in a bit.
Mhm. Yeah. So in the meantime, Sid, you've been kind of at this table for a while. Yeah, you can. Kinda,
Yeah, I think the conversation's like winding down. I'll move on.
Yeah, it's just just typical conversation. It seems like a lot of flirting too.
I don't think Sid would be too interested in that. Sid is more into absurd things.
Mhm.
The mundane does not interest Sid, so I would move on looking for more. But then I'd probably remember that we're here on a mission, and I would start prying for actual information.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure how subtly he'd do that.
Okay, so what are your methods?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I want to start snooping, but I'm not good at stealth.
Why would you be? You're a rogue.
Hush. Can I snoop with perception? Like without rummaging through things physically. Can I just start like taking in information? Like I want to go from room to room and try to like try to piece together a life story of whoever lives there. the Otto guy, I think, right?
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Good roll. Yeah. So obviously, as the host of this party, he is a common topic of conversation among people, and you're also just looking at his home and what's in it, and trying to kind of piece together the type of person this is. He definitely has a taste for the rustic, and you could even say like a bit more of like a gothic style. He likes his reds and dark blues and darker
Cool.
tones of wood.
That's what I went with with my outfit.
Yeah, you actually like, you fit in quite well as far as color palette.
I'm camouflaged.
Mhm. He seems to obviously have good taste in art in general. There's paintings on the wall. Are you?
I'm more looking for
Yeah, I'll get to the practical information.
dirt.
Yeah. Um, yeah, you hear a decent bit about stuff you already know. That he's kind of a philanthropist. He's donated a lot of money. He does a lot of concerts in places where the proceeds go to help the poor in some kind of way. But I mean, nonetheless, he's made plenty of money for himself over his lifetime and his career. And yeah, I hear rumors about how he would have like personal passion projects, and people would speculate that some people like seem to speculate that it's almost always related to um, doing like a favor for a woman or something. Um, I don't know. You really don't hear much dirt on him other than just like typical high society gossip. There's like any number of unsubstantiated rumors. You don't hear something that like strikes you as
So no one seems like they're here just for the status, but they actually have a foul taste for him as a person.
um
Everyone seems to genuinely look up to this guy. Not look up to necessarily, but respect on some level.
they respect on some level. Some people just actually like look at his excessive philanthropy as like not a respectful thing. Like he's just giving away his fortune. That he's like kind of vapid and can be like manipulated and persuaded by anybody to just give them his money. He is I guess one bit of dirt is he has supposedly a pretty long list of like mistresses he's been with. He doesn't seem like the settle down type of person, which is which leads to other conversation about like, well, he's been settled down here for a while, which makes people speculate, oh, he must have found someone here to make him settle down, but he doesn't outwardly have a wife or girlfriend or mistress or anything.
I think my next step, honestly, would be to talk directly to him, but I'd have a bit more of a forward approach than Faith does. I'd like insert myself right in there if it's possible.
Okay, so here's what I imagine happening is Faith has been playing the long game, the like slow game of just like very subversively like inserting herself in front of him and into his intention. And finally this like group has like slowly shifted their position so that she's like naturally become part of the group. And you've maybe like made a few like passing additions to a conversation. And he's definitely like giving you glances, taking notice of you. And then maybe you're finally about to like say something, make some kind of move. You think you've finally gotten to that point when Sid barges in.
Not that forcefully. Like,
not that forcefully, but I mean,
just more confidently. Like, I'm not waiting to get noticed. I'm
for sure
engaging in the conversation that's already happening. Basically.
Which is why this probably happens just as about as Faith is ready to engage as well. But you do it first because it's funnier that way.
Hear a whisper in your ear saying, "I'll kill you."
That's actually quite threatening. I hope that was actually Faith and not the like the murderer we're looking for.
Who knows? Maybe I am the murderer.
That's Faith's actual plan, to just kill everybody at these parties until she's the only one.
It's the long game, for real.
And if she has enough years to do it. So yeah, yeah, you can say what you want.
I really don't want to force any like unnatural topics, but I would definitely try to steer things towards the past parties. Maybe like try and encourage him to tell us about his favorite party in the last few years.
Yeah, you steer it through certain ways, and it seems like every party has some memorable thing that happened, or we'll talk about this person who like threw up all over the place and made a fool of themselves, or
Faith retreated to the corner.
I'm switching my approach. We'll get to it.
But yeah, eventually he gets to he talks a little bit about previous parties. Yeah, I don't know. He seems to pointedly actually like avoid talking about the disappearances. He talks around it a lot, even when it seems almost like perfectly appropriate for that to be the main topic to bring up. And the other guests around him seem kind of conscious of his not wanting to talk about it, and they don't bring it up either. So it seems almost impossible actually to have that conversation without forcing it in some way. At least nobody else seems to be forcing it.
That's completely fair. I don't think I'm the right person to force it. At the same time, I would be kind of like actually invested in this conversation. Like, well, like, has the law ever gotten involved? Like, because you're rich, you can just pay them off. We all know that. What's the craziest night you've ever had here?
No. Well, Cynthia, she got so drunk she almost took off all her clothes in front of everyone.
Wow, wild.
Absolute wild.
Sid actually is a little bit disappointed in that. That's not wild at all. That's like a normal party.
Yes, these high society events where propriety is severely important. Maybe the wildest things don't happen here.
Yeah,
Except
okay.
for,
But that's kind of the
murders.
information I wanted to get. I wanted to know how off the wall these parties got.
Yeah, not very. I think it seems like the wildest conversations are who cheated on who and who slept with who at the night of the
Ugh.
party. That's about as like truly wild as it gets.
Very gossipy.
Very, very gossipy. It feels like high school.
And is there a name that comes up often that isn't his?
They do talk about, like, there are certain people that are just, known to be more of like trouble starters than others, but it's like people that they all know that are just typically more prone to getting drunk or doing some stupid things. Or
Okay, I have a plan. I want to start like naturally fading out of the conversation, just as naturally as I phased into it,
Mhm.
and I want to get drunk. Not drunk.
Okay.
Not drunk. Just I want I want a little bit of influence.
Okay, I mean, there's plenty of opportunity for it. It seems like everybody
I
else
want
is.
I want to be
starting
able to
not-
act drunk, and I think it would help if I was a little bit drunk.
Okay, you're gonna get a little bit
That's a
drunk.
bold move.
That logic
Yeah.
is flawless, and I
Roll me a Constitution saving throw to understand your limits
Okay.
and not go overboard. It won't be a too hard one, but
Nice.
you're good. You've probably gotten used to this, like,
I was it teetered on the 2 for a minute. I was,
Did.
yeah.
you've been to other parties, then you probably know the right amount of drunk to have a better time and ease things up, but not go over the board.
Right.
So yeah, you have several drinks. You get a little bit loosened up. Definitely influenced.
Perfect. Now I think I can start wandering around a little bit more invasively, and I have a bit of an excuse for it.
Sure. Especially if you're like carrying around a drink with you the whole time too.
Yes.
Proves the point.
Absolutely.
While he's getting drunk,
Go ahead.
I will switch my approach and just try to be the beautiful stranger in the corner who doesn't pay attention to the musician. Because if I know one thing about those musician types is that after a performance, they want the attention of every girl in the room.
Very hard to get.
Exactly.
For a completely different approach, but still, roll me a performance.
Okay. There's no way I'll fail twice at this, is there?
All about just the right longing.
What?
Look.
What?
You're too good. You're too good at being aloof.
Like, all right. However, this time your approach is it seems that you read the type perfectly, at least by your estimation. You you remove yourself from conversation and go to your corner, staring longingly out the window, pensive. Over time, through the conversation, it's not everybody stays around the whole time. It's kind of breaks up into groups again. Just do this, and at a certain point, Umbroth finds an opportunity to excuse himself and makes his way over, and he says, Do you know where the man that was sitting there went?
Ah, Alexander. I'm afraid I do not.
Oh, just a matter. He can take care of himself. And who might you be? I've never seen you at these events before.
Well, maybe we've met. Maybe we haven't. Isn't that the point of a masquerade?
Usually I can tell.
I bet you can. How wonderful of you to grace us with a performance. I must say, I love your work. I've always loved it. And to hear it in a setting like this is just, wonderful. Your signature use of time signatures.
Your signature, just your signature use.
Your signature use of syncopation. Okay,
You sound just like me.
it's just second to none, and such technique. You're truly a master.
Thank you.
But you already know that, of course.
I like to hear it nonetheless, especially from beautiful women.
Tell me, what have you planned for the rest of the evening? Is there more music to come?
Maybe if I get drunk enough.
Oh, then I guess I'll have to see to that, won't I?
I'm already halfway there.
I am afraid I am lagging behind. Maybe I should try to catch up. What would you recommend?
No, just the right one. Zinfandel. 25 years.
Sounds magnificent. Care to pour me a glass?
Snaps his fingers, and a servant immediately attends him. And he tells him a brand off the top of his head, and the servant goes to fetch the bottle. And he'll have a seat. You can see that the other nobility's eyes are, people have taken notice.
Jealous notice?
Do it.
Do they look very jealous?
No, if anything, it's like fuel for their rumor mill's fire.
Oh yeah.
I'm giving the people what they want. It's what I do.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that elves don't really look their age, but he's a rather old man, and Faith looks like a rather young woman.
Right.
I mean, you're an adult, but still, it's a big age difference.
Just to confirm, he is human, right?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Scandalous. Yeah. What's over in this direction? What am my character looking at?
This is a stairway going up. Farther south beyond that is the way you came in from, and then over here there's a doorway that goes into another room.
Okay. And like there's a guard kind of blocking the way over there.
Yeah, he's just kind of standing there. Once in a while, other servants go in. Servants are coming through that hallway quite a bit, bringing food and stuff. Your proficiency in cook's tools tells you estimate there's probably a kitchen or something that way.
Gotcha. Just keep wandering. I'll let Faith keep talking, and I'm just gonna keep exploring until you tell me I should stop.
Yeah, try to keep it. Yeah, you get poured a glass of Zinfandel, and he shares the drink with you.
I raise the glass and say, "To music."
Yes, to that pleasant sound.
I assume it's good wine.
Yeah, if you like them, subjective, of course, but if you like wines, then yes. Which, of course, no Faith.
We
It
all
is a good
do.
wine.
You have a good taste, not only in music, but also in wine.
Yeah. Interchangeable. Good taste.
And might I say, what a wonderful event you've organized. You guessed correctly. It is my first time attending one of these masquerades. And I must say, so far, I'm enjoying myself.
Good. Don't have people here very often. He looks almost nostalgic as he looks around.
Well, you have a wonderful home. That can be easily changed if you wish to do so.
No, it's better.
How so? Do you prefer to be left alone with the music, or
Yes, I prefer the solitude.
well, I understand completely. And well, inspiration often comes from a relaxed, open mind. I found that a pleasant, stimulating conversation, or other types of relations, oftentimes lead to similar effects. Struggling to find the words because I don't have 20 charisma, but Fate does. So
Yeah.
But who am I to argue with a genius? What your approach is obviously working, whereas I haven't even graduated from the conservatory yet.
I knew you had the look about you. You have the hands of a musician.
Gonna look at my hands for a moment.
I mean, they look like your hands to you. Hard to see where that assumption comes from.
Fine. And I make like chit chat for another minute, and then eventually, when the time is right, I will say, "Listen, pardon me for the cheap curiosity. I can't talk, but I must ask. There's been a rumor that there is a certain mystery going on at your parties with guests disappearing and whatnot. Now, I'm sure that's just a story. Maybe some good PR on your part.
Mm.
But I must ask, is there any truth to that?
It is true. Yes.
I gasp, put a hand up to my mouth.
I assure you, though, that there will be no disappearances tonight. We're doing everything to make sure all guests will get home safely.
But how can you be sure of that?
I have twice the amount of servants this time. They're looking everywhere, checking. I used to let the guests wander my whole home wherever they wanted to go, but I've stopped that. I've made sure that everyone is stay in certain areas. We can keep an eye on them.
I just look perplexed. So you're telling me that this is an actual problem?
I think it's bad luck. I think someone got drunk and wandered into the woods, or something happened to them. Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure, of course. Well, I feel completely safe. I know that you've taken every necessary precaution. But if anything happens, you will let me know, won't you?
Sure, of course. If something happens, I will make sure all the guests are safe.
And first and foremost, make sure that you are safe, because I'm sure everyone here is very important, but none of us are geniuses quite like you.
I'm no genius, just a hopeless fool.
Oh, modesty doesn't suit you. And I'll keep talking. What's everyone else doing?
Yeah, and welcome back, John. By the way,
Thank you. Good to be back.
yeah, Bram stops by the greenhouse for a minute and notices the strange man in the corner reading his book. Gives a polite nod at first, and then leaves into his business for a moment as he just wanders around. And at first, he's kind of like acting like he's just looking at stuff, but then actually does stop to admire the plants and like touch the soil for a minute. Yeah, brushes fingers over the leaves. Any delicate parts he'll leave alone, but just getting a feel for things.
They're well kept. Seems to be very healthy.
Yeah, just kind of enjoying this. Like this is a house surrounded by nature. Kind of enjoys the vibe of this place. You know, it's surrounded. It's just a lot of life. Genuine smile crosses his face. He turns, and he'll finally turn and address the other man in the room. Oh, once again, it seems you found a delightful place to read. I hope I'm not bothering you.
No, you're not bothering me.
So I gotta ask, is it that you come to these parties so often that they're rather boring and tedious, or do you purposely read a book to make yourself seem more interesting? Because it's working, if that is the case.
I read the book to read the book. I have to be here anyways, and I'm not around people very often, so I force myself to be around them. But truth be told, I'd rather be here.
Why do you have to be here? Are you in the employ of the owner of the house?
Yes, I've been working with Von Broth.
Is it a recent development or
No, just the past few years.
I see.
Hmm.
You're a musician as well.
Me, no. I wish I could bring sound to life like he does.
Yeah. I understand that. I'm not very musically talented myself. A few old songs here and there, but I wouldn't embarrass myself by performing them, especially not here. Just amicable chuckle, a little bit of self-deprecation humor.
I'm glad you like them. I can't bring sound to life, but I can keep these alive.
Oh, this is your work.
Yes, mostly.
Well, they're fantastic. Let's see. Hold on a second. Then, so is that what you do? You work for as a greenhouse manager, or is this just a hobby?
This is just a piece of home. I'm helping Von Broth secure his legacy.
Forgive me if I don't quite understand what that means.
Legacy is a very broad term, yes. It's a lot of things. It's his life's work and what it will mean to those that come after his death.
Well, that I can appreciate.
The details are very tedious. I'll spare you them.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good thing. We're only here for a short time, some longer than others. In the grand scheme of things, it's all but moment in time. But in that moment, what we do with those things, and putting out a net positive, whether it be entertaining or my gesture to the plants, making something beautiful. That's good. It's a good thing for the world. And then I can. No, I'm sorry. I didn't know if that was ambient music or if that was a train or something.
No, that was a train.
Gotcha. Just if you put a net positive into the world, I don't see how that could anything but a good, kind thing.
Net positive, huh?
I think we should all endeavor to do something along those. I'm Bramir, by the way. I don't think I ever introduced myself this entire time.
Good to meet you. I'm Julian.
Julian. Well, it's a legitimate pleasure. So, if you take care of the plants, and you said it was a piece of home, do you care for the anything else? Like I heard that there was a impressive garden out back next to a mausoleum. I was thinking about wandering about and catching a glimpse of it.
I don't tend to much other than what's in here.
Does he react at all when I mention other than just, yeah,
Everyone insight.
not my best stat? Yeah.
Everything about him has been kind of subdued and calm. All of his responses, and it's hard to read much into it. You're free to draw whatever conclusions you want as a character. But
Yeah, I feel like it's a situation where like Bram's strategy at this point was working. He got some information of like letting people lead the conversation and just being a good guest, and because he's legitimately interested in other people and their stories, but when you put that kind of positive personality forward next to somebody who's rather reserved, it's kind of hard to read. And
yeah,
and so I think that's what he's kind of feeling is like, oh, okay, this guy's a little more quiet. I don't think he gets any like suspicion out of him. Well, I will let you get back to your book.
it was a pleasure speaking to you. You're not
Yeah,
like
if you
most of these others.
what do you mean?
Well, have a look around you. Most people here speak very superficial.
Well, I try not to judge. I guess I'm just more interested in other people that I am myself. And I think I'm a rather boring person, so other people is other people in just around to the plants and the things that they can do is much more meaningful than anything I could say. But if you want to talk some more, please find me. I'm just going to be wandering about.
I'll give him a little nod. In time, perhaps.
Well, take care. He said his name was Julian.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, Julian. We'll see you about. And he'll give him a nod and proceed out and try to find that mausoleum.
Mm-hmm. You catch as you leave that he actually closes the book and just kind of stares around at the plants as you leave.
Interesting. Okay, so I'll let Tonsil or Sid or Ares talk now.
Sid won't be doing much more talking, I think, unless someone actively tries to talk to him.
He's busy drinking. His mouth is
No,
full.
no, he's actually wandering into areas of the house that are not so crowded.
I know it's not really a perfect stopping point, but we are kind of at the end of 4 hours.
It's not an awful stopping point.
No, it's not an awful stopping point. It's just kind of stopping on a dot rather than a period.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is this like an outhouse? Did I just find the bathroom?
Yes, you did.
Okay. I like how I like that idea. Is like, aha. No.
No. Yeah, the house actually has all the appropriate facilities. It's well designed. But yeah, Faith and Otto are conversing. That's a thread that can get tied up next time. I feel like Ares and Tansangel are kind of free roaming agents. There's plenty of potential.
I had
stuff
a
to do,
plan with
did
this
you?
woman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll hold on to that for next time then. Brahm, you're kind of investigating. Okay. I just my only concern is losing those threads that we're on right now.
We can each remember our own thread.
Yeah. Make a note for your own threads and ideas that you have, so that we don't forget too much. And yeah, I'd probably be willing to push forward for some more, but I worked yesterday and I'm pretty...
No, dude. Like,
No worries.
Yeah, you're fine. We've been playing for a while. We're not always gonna get the great cliffhanger ending. Sometimes it is just we are actively doing. I mean, we did not waste. It wasn't a waste. But we did use up a lot of time doing some other things, little character moments. In the beginning, and we got to the party, and like I feel like we had the first stage of we're all just kind of chit chatting. We got some moments. We figured out this Julian guy's pretty interesting. Faith is talking to Otto, getting more information. Ares and Tonsil are engaging in conversation, making them the good guests. So we've done, and Blue is up to something we don't know.
He probably has pockets full of jewelry right now.
Sorry, I had to answer the door.
Tonto, Ares, said Faith. Bram is like the rogue. Oh, is the rough order for next time. Gotcha.
Okay.
I was reading that as rogue order. I was like, what are you talking about? And then, but no, I sorry. Dyslexia is kind of silly sometimes.
Oh, good. All right, guys. Yeah, we'll.
Thanks for DMing, man. That was fun. That was cool.
Yeah, I'm